Okay. Looks like we are ready to go. Okay. Well, it looks like you guys don't need someone don't need help. I'm gonna resign. Grades don't apply unless you want to learn. Just trying to help people out. Learner aids. Looking to help people with 0 experience. Running learner aids. Looking to help people who want to learn. Hey, welcome to the stream, guys. If you are looking to learn raids, feel free to come to World 400. Not looking for people that have KC that just want to run for KC. I'm looking to help people out. So if you've already got KC, then I'm not interested in taking you. Or I mean, if you have lower KC, that's fine. But if all you want to do is get KC to just keep running it, I'm not interested in taking you. I'm trying to help people out. So if you want to help, feel free to come join me, World 400, the League's World, and I will walk you through how to do TOBs. At some point in time in the future, I would like to be able to offer this service in the main game as well. But to get to that point, I would need to get my iron, higher stats, and probably some better equipment before I can start doing learner raids. And I'd probably only be able to take like 1 or 2 learners per raid then at that point. But in leagues, I can take 4 learners. So again, if you are a learner and want to learn TOB, feel free, come join my party, World 400. Taking all learners. Not sure how many people there are left in the world that really want to learn. But not super interested in running TOB to run it. If I'm doing it, I want to do it to try and help people out, so that way people are actually getting some kind of benefit out of going with me versus somebody else. Yeah, here to help provide knowledge and yeah, that's about it. You know, just trying to help people out. So hopefully we can get some people, at least 2 people, so we can run some learner raids. Maybe I wonder if a play is to actually go to Shiloh Village, and maybe there's some people there who have never done raids before that would like to learn. Taking all learners. I guess it might be a play to try to do that. Shmorty. Apply. Okay, nice. We got one. Shmorty. Is Shmorty going to apply? No, I'm not going to take you, B7. Sorry. Just looking to take people that need help. SCHMORTEY. Feel free to apply. Perfect. Anyone else need to learn TOB? Is there anybody else that needs to learn TOB? Sorry, man, not taking you. You have 34 KC. SSJ. Need 4 KC. Only if you're willing to wait between rooms. Yeah, no problem. Okay, we'll take you. We'll call that. If there's anybody else that still wants to learn raids, please come. Please come to World 400. I can help you out. Join my stream, please. On YouTube. LG, Shmorty, and Soft Goose. Please join my stream on YouTube so I can explain the raid. Let me know when you guys are in. As soon as you guys are in here, I can start explaining the raid. Okay, he's in. Shmorty's in. Soft Goose, you in? Looking now. Okay. Just let me know as soon as you're in here. That way I can explain everything that's going on. Okay, you're in. Perfect. All right, sounds good. Okay, so first room, maiden. It is basically at 70%, 50%, and 30% of the boss's overall health. It will spawn crabs that will come out of these side doors on both the north side and the south side. And um and from oh yeah, yes, you can. All south. That guy was just asking if he could north freeze or if he wanted me to north freeze. I said sure. I'll do the south side basically. Um, but I don't want to teach freezing right now because I myself am not the best at freezing. There's other people that are better. But basically, this first room is pretty simple. You just go in, attack boss with your mage prey on, and make sure you always have prey the whole entire fight because it can smack pretty good if you drop your prayer. Um, basically, the crabs will spawn at 70%, 50%, and 30% of the boss's overall health. And when they do spawn, all you have to worry about is as soon as I get them frozen, then you can attack the crabs. Once the crabs are dead, you hop back on the boss and keep attacking the boss. Try not to. There'll be red blood spots that fly out. The boss will periodically throw out bloods onto the ground or blood spots on the ground. And if you step on them, what happens is there's a chance every time you step on one, there's a chance for another blood to an orbiting blood to spawn, which will orbit around the arena. And in normal modes, you can freeze those and you can kill those. In hard mode, you can freeze them, but you cannot kill the bloods. So in hard mode, it gets very difficult if more than like a couple bloods are stepped on. But don't worry, everything will be fine. We can go ahead and start this room off. Throw on your mage prey. Drink up your pots, and we can roll on in. And if you have any questions, try to save them if you can for after each room, and just ask right away after each room. Okay, back on the boss till it gets down to 50. I'm gonna freeze that blood. I'm gonna get back on the boss. And now 30s. And now we can just hop on the boss. We don't even have to kill those ones if we have enough DPS, which I think we do. Oh, we're so close. Can we get it? Can we get it? Nice, we got it. So that's called skipping 30s. Basically where you'll skip the 30s because they're frozen, so they can't go and heal the boss. So if you have enough DPS, you can DPS Maiden down quickly enough that you're skipping it. Okay, looks like there was no questions on that boss. Okay, so bloat. This one's another one that's pretty easy. So basically, bloat just will go around this pillar constantly, and he'll sometimes decide to turn around and switch and go the opposite direction. If I'm going to explain normal modes only to make it easier. So basically, you have to be on the opposite side of the pillar to not have him shoot flies at you. And if you have him shoot flies at you, they will automatically always do damage. They're I forget the name of it, but basically the attack can't be prayed against. So you always have to be on the opposite side of the pillar while it's walking, and then when it goes down, he goes to sleep. That's when you can attack him. So basically, you'll know when he's going to sleep by his chest will flash, and his back, the colors on his back, the little lights on his back, they'll flash, and then when they turn black, that's when you can go in and attack him. He won't do that until one person goes in. So one person has to automatically go in to start the room to be able to get him to go to sleep. Doesn't matter who does it. I'll probably do it. It's fine. But once he goes to sleep, it's like a set amount of time that you have until he wakes back up. But basically, make sure you have your range prey on when you're doing it. Not melee. You want to put a range because his attack is a range attack. So when he stomps the ground, it's a foot that flies from the ceiling comes down. It's a range attack, not a melee attack. And then other than that, it should be pretty self-explanatory. If I missed something, then feel free to ask after the room. So he'll probably be going down pretty soon here. Oh, okay. Well, it procced my last stand even though the boss was already dead, which is kind of interesting. Magically, the fly still hit me after he was dead. Must just be a little glitch on how last stand works, but that's fine. Okay, was there any questions from that one? Okay, so what can you guys tell me which masteries you guys are, combat masteries? Tell me your primary and secondary. Um no, all mage. Range and melee, range and melee. Okay. Range full, melee 1. Okay. Okay, so two melee, 1 range. All mage. So I don't know who wants to range. Who's got the fastest? Who has the best range? Who has the best range web? We got Zerite crossbow. Okay, okay. Schmorty. Schmorty range. So this room basically there'll be little crabs that'll come out until I don't even know what it is. It's just it's a set amount of time or something. I can't remember exactly. But basically, you attack the ones that's your style. Green is range, blue is mage, gray is melee. SS, pick up pet, please, so we don't get confused. Thank you. I don't want him to bring his pet in just because I don't want you guys getting confused and click on his pet because his pet would be a Nilo. But basically, you'll attack all the little ones first, and then there's like bigger ones that also spawn. So you want to focus the smallest ones first, and then the bigger ones. The reason for that is because when you kill a big one, it'll spawn 2 small ones. And what you want to do is you want to kill all the small ones first, so that way you have time to attack. When you hit a big one and explodes into 2, you have time to attack both of them then, instead of, you have all these little ones alongside of it. You hit that one and you're just making it harder on yourself. So you want to try and focus the smallest ones first and then the bigger ones. Um, I know it's gonna be sometimes hard to do. Like even myself, I sometimes find myself just seeing a bigger object, clicking on it, But yeah, just do your best. And then at the end, once we've killed all the little ones, you will pray the same as the um Nilo color is. So if the Nilo is gray, you're gonna pray melee. If the Nilo is green, you're gonna pray range. And if the Nilo is blue, you're gonna pray mage. So blue, you'll pray mage, you'll attack with mage. Green, you'll pray range, and you'll attack with range. Gray, you'll pray melee, and you'll attack with melee. And if you only have one style, don't worry about it, it's fine. Just attack when it's proper time, because if you attack the wrong one, the damage will reflect back to you. So if you hit like say you have a ZCB for instance, and you hit 100 proc, it's going to hit you for 100 proc. It's going to kill you. So I would highly advise not using ruby bolts ever in this room. Just FYI. If that's all you have though, then that's all you have. But all right, I think we should be good to go. Ready up. All right, let's begin. Always pray. My bad. I have the wrong offensive prayer on. Just so used to doing melee. But you always want to pray your best defensive prayer. Oh, that's right. I was going to swap out. If someone could kindly remember, because I know I'm going to forget. If someone could kindly remember or remind me to swap my staff out for a Temekins, or just grab a Temekins, one or the other. Tell me to just say, "Sir, grab Temekins" or something after the raid if you can remember, because I'm pretty sure I will forget. You can also hit, like, I don't know if you've seen that, but basically two blues came down at the same time. If you have, like, in the main game, if you have ancients, you can use your barrage, your ice barrage, and you can hit both of them at once. So you're killing both of them at the same time, which helps a lot. Also, one other thing to remember, when it comes to crabs, like which ones to attack. I know I said small ones first. I'm going to redact that and I'm going to say aggros first. So whenever there's one that comes in and tries to aggro people, that's the one you want to kill first. Sorry for the confusion. Just going to help out the melee here because I know that it's some melee waves and we already had some majors that switched to melees. So I'm going to try and help out where I can. That's also something you want to do in main game always, is try to help out where you can, because there's going to be times where you're sitting for a second or two, and if you're not doing anything, it's not helping on the room. So like, it's always best to try and learn it right now, is to switch to opposite styles and attack. For instance, I got all these melees here. Okay, we do have pillars coming down. My bad. I'll go ahead and freeze just to be safe. Let's let no more come down. Okay. Okay, pray melee. Pray mage. Pray range. Sorry, I'm probably too late. There's probably a delay, so. Soft goose, make sure you're changing your prayer before anything else. Before you attack, always make sure you change your prayer first, then your gear, then click attack. If you try to attack, change your gear and attack first, you'll get hit by the first prayer, or you'll miss their first attack by not having prayer up. So it's always prayer first, then gear, then attack. And I should have had my mage gear on there, but. There we go. Good job. Doing good, doing good. Any questions on that last room before I explain this room? We're gonna run this like the normal game. I want to teach you guys like how you do it in normal TOB in the main game. You know what you jacked up? You're good. All right, sounds good, man. Yep. So basically, in this room, the biggest thing is, I'd prefer not. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. I'm just trying to help teach these guys. So, basically, if you're the one that's chosen for the maze, what'll happen is you will be attacking the boss over here, and then you'll get teleported over to here. Everybody will be teleported over here, and one person will be chosen. The chosen person will have a light on the floor, and basically, you got to follow that light. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna follow that light. Let's say, for instance, real quick, say this was the path. Boom, boom, and just for easier sake, we're gonna say that's the one. We're gonna say this is the path real quick. So on and so forth. Well, I'm not gonna go any further with marking tiles, but you get the idea. Basically, that's the basis of the path. What you're gonna do is you're gonna click on this first tile. You're gonna click on this very first tile right there. That way we see where the first tile is to go onto the maze. Then you're gonna click on the second one, and you're gonna go all the way till you click on the third tile, and you're gonna stay there. Stay there for a good 5 to 10 seconds. Once you get the hang of it, you'll realize that you only need to stay there. In the main game, most people only stay there for about 3 to 5 seconds, roughly ish, and then they run it. So then, after you stayed on this tile for about 5 seconds, maybe 10 seconds, however long you want to do it, just long enough to let you know that everybody's going to be on that tile. And you got to remember that you're ahead of everybody because you know the path and everybody else is looking to see where the path is at. So now the reason being that you want to stay on that tile is because as soon as you walk here, boom, that tile that I just unmarked right there, as soon as you walk onto the fourth row on any one of these spots, you're going to start the tornado, and the tornado is going to start for the rest of us that are on the seeing side, that we only see where you step. It's going to start on this first row. And so if you run past the third row and you run to the fourth row, we're just going to be stepping onto the first row at that same time. And so you'll usually wipe the whole team like that. So basically run to the third row right like this. Sorry, I'm trying to just explain quickly. But basically run to the third row, wait 5 seconds, and then continue running the rest of the path. Make sure that when you get after the third row, when you do take off running, make sure you go fairly quick, but just make sure that you're accurate with your clicks. It's more important to be accurate with your clicks than it is to be quick. And then as far as the boss goes, basically it's just 2 different things. There's ranged projectiles and mage projectiles. The range are black and the mage are red. And then he will melee you if you're within melee range. In the main game, I never really worry about being melee too much because it's like a 30 or 40 that it does max. But actually I think it can do higher, but it's pretty rare. But anyways, we will start it up so that we don't keep this guy waiting too long. Make sure you repot it back up. You got your prayers on. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys to mark these tiles. In the main game, you'll need these tiles marked. But we can do it next trade. We can mark them next trade. Okay, so somebody's chosen. Okay. Yeah, he's killing us. Just run straight across. Run straight across, guys. I'm sorry. It sounds like this guy could use some help learning raids. No, it had nothing to do with your speed, bud. It had everything to do with okay, don't panic, guys. I'm the one that's in charge. You'll be fine. Okay, go on the first tile. Second, I'll do each and every one of these little tiles till I'm in the third row. No one wants them in the third row. Then I'm going to run after 5 to 10 seconds. I'll give you time to catch up here. And then we'll go. Yeah, you could be in stream, honestly. I get it. He's got a max cape, and maybe he's run him in the main game. I highly doubt it though, just because he messed up. He messed up. Didn't wait on third tile. Sorry, didn't, and didn't click on first row. Otherwise, it would have been fine. Just so you know. Just so you know. Okay, so in this room, basically we got, if do you guys have these tiles marked? If you don't, mark them right now. For surely these inside yellow ones. If you don't want to mark these outside yellow ones, you don't have to. All good. It's a learner. Raid. I just wish he could have joined stream, but he's playing mobile, I guess. So it's, you know, it would probably be too hard to be able to have. Yeah, it's just not gonna work out probably, unless he had a friend nearby that he could open up YouTube on. But let me know as soon as you have all these marked. I can go ahead and start explaining. So the very center one, that very center yellow, is so that whenever you click on Zarpus, you'll always attack him and not misclick, because if you try to click him, like if you try to click on his body up in the air, he might like flap his wing and you're on his wing and you click and then his wing flaps up and now you clicked behind him, and so it'd be a misclick and you'd run through him and you'd take damage by running underneath him. So basically this is to prevent you from taking excess damage that you don't need to. Is basically as long as you click on this middle tile, you'll always be attacking Zarpus. And then so these tiles out here, these yellow ones out here, basically you have a quadrant, and I'll just do it like this. So like this would be like one quadrant, this one plus the two yellows on either side of it. That'd be the south east quadrant, southwest quadrant, you know, so on and so forth. I'm not gonna mark all those, but basically that's a quadrant. Now at the end of once he screeches, he will look via orb order, and by orb order, if you look at the top left of the screen, you have your orb order. For me, it says my name first, and then it says Soft Goose, and then Schmorty, and then SSJ8. Basically, it'll look at me first, and it'll do this the whole entire first phase. It'll look at me first always, and then throw a poison. Then it'll look at Soft Goose, throw a poison. It'll look at Schmorty, throw a poison. It'll look at SSJ8, throw a poison, and then it'll return back, looking at me again, throwing a poison, and it'll continue that rotation until it screeches. And then once it screeches, it will randomly it'll randomly decide which way it's going to look, and whichever way it looks, you can't be in that quadrant and attack. You can be in the quadrant, you just can't be attacking him while you're in that quadrant because he'll reflect the damage back via poison. It's a weird mechanic, but you'll see what I mean. If you die to it, you'll understand. Basically, you attack him and you instantly get poisoned for the damage that you would have done to him. And most of the time, it's higher than the damage that you do. It's like, so say you do a 20, he might still hit you for a 70 or an 80 or even 100. I don't remember how high he can go in leagues, but main game I know he can one shot you. But basically you just need to be in a different quadrant. So if he's looking to the southeast, you need to run to the southwest and then attack. So these tiles represent the outside edges of each quadrant. One thing to keep in mind is if you're on the in between tiles. So if I'm on this red tile right here that I marked, you are on both south quadrants. That's how you're seen as in game, is you're being seen in game as being on both the southeast and southwest. So if he's looking either of these two directions, he's going to hit you. So that's why you need to be either on this one or 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 this one. But basically your quadrant is the two diagonal ones, two diagonals, two diagonals. Those are each of the quadrants. If you're in between them, you're going to get hit if they look on either of the two in that side of the room. Other than that, one thing is main game, almost everybody just keeps redemption on the whole time, because sometimes you'll get poisoned way down, and then usually the poison does less than your HP does, so it's like ticks of 8, I believe. So usually if you drop down below that, then you'll get redemption back up. So other than that, good luck, have fun. I'm not going to explain the two red tiles because that's only for hard mode. And then you kind of just want to pick a corner. This is actually really nice since it's a 4-man raid instead of a 5-man. That way you can kind of just pick a corner and just kind of hit the exhumed that pop up in that corner. But in main game, you definitely have to step on all these exhumed. In leagues, it's not super necessary, because basically what these exhumed do is they give the boss defense and HP. And so in the leagues, we already have 200% accuracy in all styles, so it doesn't matter. But in main game, you're not going to have enough accuracy to do too much damage if you're worrying about the mind blank. Yeah, I guess we'll leave it at that. Now there is a Zarpus walk, so to speak. You don't want to see this guy is definitely new to TOB. He's marking up the tiles that he shouldn't be. Yeah. Hopefully he'll leave enough that we can still complete the raid. But once we get it down, you don't want to be on these yellow tiles at all ever. You don't want to put poison on them if you can help it. If you mark up okay, he screeched. Stop attacking. See which way he's turned. So right now he's facing southwest. Now he's facing southeast, so I can attack. Move. Attack. Move. Attack. Move. All right, good job. And then somebody just has to grab staff at the end. The staff, basically, that's the spec that you'll use on Virtus and Phase 1. If you guys don't have these tiles marked, go ahead and mark them now. These tiles are very important. They aren't so much as important in leagues as they are in main game. These tiles you'll be using all the time. In leagues, not so much. But basically, it's just safety behind the pillars. Obviously, middle section behind the pillar. In leagues, you can take advantage of this very center tile, which is this is again Verzik's true tile location. So whenever you want to attack Verzik, as long as you're clicking on this tile, you'll always attack Verzik. Instead of trying to click on her body that's floating in the air, and you might click and she bobs at the same time, and you misclick and you click past her. Well, when you do that, if you're over here and you misclick and you click past her, you'll run over here and you'll take damage on the way there because she'll do a hit on you because it takes 3 ticks to run 5 tiles or 6. How many tiles this is? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 tiles is 3 ticks at least, and her cycle is a 4 tick cycle. So if you're here and you run over here, you run past, you'll definitely get bounced, and more than likely you get bounced anyways, unless you happen to be on the exact perfect tick. Then you won't take damage. But nevertheless, it'll mess you up. So just keep this one tile marked, and this is for phase 2. Is what this one is. These other ones are meant for basically more so hard mode and or melee if you're using melee for phase 2. In the main game, you'll always use melee, but basically they're the safe tiles for melee that are one tile. As Rangers, I still want you guys to be on these tiles. If you need to run off them, like if a crab comes and you need to run over here, that's fine. But come back to these tiles. Basically, if you're in the south, if you take like the north, or sorry, the southwest corner, like this guy, you can go between these 2 tiles and this tile here. Even though it's not marked, you can go here, or here, or here. Basically, all these tiles are like your tiles to use to like avoid the damage. And you want to try and stay on these tiles instead of you've probably seen it in leagues where people are back here using range. Well, the problem with that is it messes up the timing on the range attacks that Verzik does, because the further you are from Verzik, the slower her range attack happens, but yet her bounce stays the same as far as the ticks goes. So if you guys can, I'd appreciate it for sake of the meleers like myself, that you try to stay as close as you can to these yellow marked tiles. That way you're not lengthening her timing in between her range attacks, because so say you're back here, she does a range attack, her next one is going to come out and it's going to look like really slow, and by the time it hits you, you might go to move one tile and that next range attack comes and goes boom, instantly hits you. And that it's going to instantly hit you because you messed up the timing, but the timing will stay the same on Verzik's attacks. So it might look like they're 1 tick apart, and guess what? They probably are 1 tick apart at that point. So it's actually makes it easier for everybody, yourself included, if you try to do your best just by going like this. If you need to run off for crabs, but then come right back and then attack boss. And when you're moving in between shots, when she does a range of shot, you attack, move. She does a range of shot, attack, move, range of shot, attack, move. Another thing is try to keep in mind of how, like, the rhythm between her range attacks. That'll help you out massively for when it comes time to learn it in the main game. If you want to, I don't know if you guys brought melee weapons, but if you want to, you can bring melee weapons in the next raid. And that way you can get actual practice of what it would be like in the main game of doing an actual, melee Verzik. But it's up to you. I get it. This is only leagues, so if you don't want to, you don't have to. With that being said, the marks behind the pillars, if you don't have Banker's Note, you're going to need to use the pillars. Do you guys have Banker's Note? Does anybody not have Banker's Note? Yeah, you do have Banker's Note, or you don't have Banker's Note. We have. Okay, perfect. All right. Okay. well, then I will start up. What I do is you guys can come join me at the front. Normally we would start back here. In a normal raid, you'd start back here. Or, sorry, you'd actually still start up here. My bad. But in a normal raid, you'd start up here. Everybody would start right on the same tile that I'm standing on. I would attack twice, then I'll drop it. I'll drop the staff, and the next person will pick it up and use their spec twice. That'll be soft goose. And then they'll drop it, and then Schmarty will pick it up, use their spec twice, and so on and so forth until everybody's used their spec. All right, make sure you're paying range. We're going to start it up. And if someone picks it up out of order, it's not the end of the world. Don't get mad at them. You know, it is what it is. It's just a game at the end of the day. Some people in the main game can get very upset over little things like that, and it's not the end of the world when someone picks it up out of order. Just the biggest thing is making sure you're not hanging on to it for, you know, a minute at a time or something. If you have shift click available, this is where it comes in very handy, is using shift click to drop it. Make sure your HP is above 70. Shoot. I'm sorry, Soft. I did not warn you to make sure your HP was above 70. Make sure you got your range spray on. And if you want to learn the melee, so yep, yeah, right there. And basically it's every time she bobs, that's when you can attack. I got 2 crabs on me. I got a pop. Okay. I'm gonna go to the south side so that way the magic will rotate. But basically, when the green orb hits the floor, that's when you know to click back. So now the timing got messed up there, like I was saying, because he gets bounced off, or when someone gets bounced off too far. I'm sorry, I messed up my timing because I'm trying to talk and do this, and the timing got messed up in the first place. Mage attack is coming. So when the green orb hits, if you just stand here and just wait until the green orb hits, it'll be easier to understand. So just walk back and forth along the yellow line. Don't even attack the boss. Don't even worry about attacking the boss yet. I'm going to try and help you out here. So if you just walk along this line and you wait until the green orbs are hitting the ground, you'll see when the green orb hits the ground, it gives a green hit splat. When it leaves a green hit splat, that's when you know you'll click on that tile, and then you'll click back on the boss. And that's the timing. So I'll click on that tile, click on the boss, click on the tile again, back on the boss. Click on the tile again, back on the boss. Click on that tile again, back on the boss. And basically, every time that green hit splat hits, that's the timing to click off the boss. So as long as you know that timing, you'll never be off timing. So you click on the green splat, back on the boss. Click on the green splat, back on the boss. Okay, mage spray, mage spray, mage spray. You're unsafe, Schmarty. Okay, yep. Good move. Wait till she drops. When she drops, boom, that's when you can go in and attack. She drops down, you can attack. See how slow the attacks get, and it throws the timing off when you end up real far off the boss. That's what you want to try and prevent. Oh, that's a heal. My bad. Oh, I'm not potted. No wonder I'm not doing hardly any damage. Make sure you're potted up, unlike me. This guy doesn't know the timing at all. He's just one ticking back and forth, which seems to be working fine, but I seen him get bounced a lot in that first, or P2. Okay. Make sure we get rid of the reds. Oh, you know what? I wonder if my scythe is not charged because it seems like it's not hitting very well. But if you do the timing right, it's like every so often you'll be able to hit twice in between. Oh, nice. Okay, so I got tank. So I'll show you guys how to tank. So basically, I walk under. She does an attack. I come out. I do an attack. I walk back under. I wait. She does an attack. I click attack. As soon as I see that projectile start, as soon as I see that projectile start, I can walk right back under. Or, sorry, not walk under, but I can click attack. So I walk under, wait for the projectile to start, and I know I can get off. That might be a melee. Okay, no, I was able to get under. This might be a melee. That's a melee. Sorry about that. Get under. Attack. Go back under. Okay, webs. Webs are starting up. The webs. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. This is web style. Yep. You good? Okay. If you shift click to walk under. Some people like to tag Verzik like that. The yellows, you'll go to the portal that's closest to you. Go to the one that's closest to you. I'll go to the one that's furthest. Sorry, I totally forgot about yellows. I just didn't even think we were gonna make it that far. As far as normally I kill it sooner, but when I'm trying to explain, like I could have last standed it already and just killed it, but it's better for you guys to get more experience. Okay, so green ball, you got to eat up for this. You got to eat up for this. Very nice. Good job. Good job. SSJ8. You could use some help with your attacks. Timing. P2 Verzik. Want a hint? I don't know if he's up to it or not. It may be that he... Oh, is he saying that? Okay. So when green range hits the floor, you'll see green splat. Click off at that time. Basically, click green splat. Then click right back on boss. Back. Yep. Makes it super easy. Yeah, yep. It happens. Okay, well, are we down for more? SSJ. Oh, never mind. Okay. We are open for running more learners if there's anybody that needs learners. Running learner raids. Um, Running learner raids. See if we get anybody else or not. Porg. This guy was in here yesterday. Running learner raids. Oh, Numbfingers has 68 hard modes already. Man, he still didn't have his T-bow. That stinks. Trio? Running learning raids, last call. Anybody. Running learner raids, last call. Oh, I wonder if this guy. Oh, thanks, Schmorty. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Sage Saria. Feel free to join. Perfect. I'll teach. join me to learn TOB. Okay, is there anybody else? Okay, we will let's check with this guy. Mixa, you a learner? You can join if you want, but will be slow. We'll see if he's gonna. Okay, we got this guy. Sorry, Sir Mixa. A little too late. Mage 6. All please join my stream on YouTube. It's YRENYTII. Will explain each room on there. Let me know when you're in. $17 KC HMT. Any main game TOB? Would you like to learn? Okay, you're on stream. All right. Schmorty, I believe, is still listening, rather. Okay, that's fine. There may be times when I talk about like marking a certain tile or something. But yeah, we'll keep it. I'll try to keep it so it's easy to for the most part just listen. God bless. Are you in? Okay, so he's not interested in learning. I take it. So I guess as long as Schmorty and say, oh, okay, another person that's on mobile. Okay, interesting. Probably a good excuse to be honest, but I'm not gonna pressure him. Basically, this first room, I'll go real quickly, but basically at 70%, 50%, 30%, crabs will spawn. They'll come out of these sewer-like pipes on the sides, the north and south sides of the room, and there will be freezers. Niganomi. I'm hoping that they have freezes. Okay, so they'll cover all the crabs. Normally, I usually cover the south, and someone else will usually cover north, or we'll leave them one or the other. But so she'll freeze all the crabs for us. Um, we'll just stay on the boss the whole entire time. In main game, you would normally assist the freezer, and you'd kill the crabs. But in leagues, we will just stay on the boss. And as long as she told me she has mage 6 already, so she should be able to be quick enough to tag all the mage, freeze all the crabs, and then just keep doing it 70, 50, 30. Make sure you're praying mage the whole time, and keep an eye on your prayer, because she does drain your stats when she attacks you. Other than that, we should be good to go. In the main game, normally you would all start out with dropping either a BGS spec or a hammer spec. It's not the case in leagues, obviously, because we have so much accuracy as is. It's just unnecessary. Didn't know if she was going to have time to hit that one or not, so... Seems like she's missing some... Yeah, she's not hitting all the crabs. Normally you would, but I put too much faith in Naganamui, or however you say her name, or his name, whatever it is. She missed some of the freezes, and so what that does, it gives it too much health. And then when we had one guy die, as soon as you have one guy die, we won't have enough DPS to finish the boss before the crabs actually get into the boss. Basically, if this person knew exactly what they were doing, the major person, they would have froze the crabs on top of each other, stacked them, and the reason I know it's possible is because I've done it on even on this account I've done it. I don't have mage 6, but you don't need mage 6 to be able to do that. You can still land 70s on top of 30s on top of 50s, or 70s on 50s on 30s. Sorry, but okay, this room really simple. Bloat will just go around a circle. When the light on his chest and the little lights on his arms and back turn black, they'll flash and then they'll turn black. That's when you can attack him. So as soon as you see him start flashing, you'll start running towards him. Otherwise, you always want to be on the opposite side of the pillar as he is. If you're on the same side or one side off, he'll shoot flies at you, and the flies will go 2 lengths. They'll go, so if he shoots him right where he's at right now, it'll go all along the south side and along the west side. So keep that in mind. So that's why people sometimes quote unquote kill another person, is they accidentally fly more than one wall. I'm going to start it up here. Make sure you're praying range. You don't have to come in right away like that. Eat up. Make sure you eat up. You don't have to come in. You can wait. You see how these other 2 guys are waiting over there? So you can wait over there if you want until the first down. This guy is probably gonna kill somebody because he doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah, sorry. Can't help it. It's a little bit irritating when I call out that I'm doing learner raids and people join up and then they don't know how to do the raid, but then they don't want to be in streams to listen to learn how to do the raid. So it's kind of, you know, try my best, man. I try my best, but I can't help it that, not everybody wants to be a team player. Kind of need people to be on the same page as everybody else, and some people might know more or less about the raid than others, and that's what causes confusion and ultimately makes it harder for you guys to learn. And I'm sorry about that, but I do my best to try at least getting you to know somewhat of the information. Okay, so we'll have Neg will be he'll do mage. Sage, you can range. Morty got normal. Okay. And I'll just fill. God, you can melee. And Shmorty, you can melee. Okay. I will fill / range. Yeah, pray your offensive prayers. So if you have rigor, if you don't have rigor, obviously then Eagle Eye. If you're a ranger, obviously. If you're anything else, just pray your best offensive prayer that you have available. And that goes for both main game and in leagues. You'll always want to be praying your best offensive prayer. In the main game, you'll notice it quite a bit more, but you'll miss a lot more often than hit. The major doesn't know it, but she can hit doubles with a magic attack spell like that. But you can also hit doubles with a scythe, but I don't know the exact pattern where you need to be standing to be able to hit doubles. Because if you just always just attack doubles, it doesn't always work. What's that? Yeah, sure, that'd be good. Thanks. What makes it switch colors? They switch on their own. There's no rhyme or reason for them to switch colors. They will just randomly switch, which is kind of annoying at times. But yeah, there's no rhyme or reason. One other thing that I forgot to say is the order of focus is basically small Nilos first, then aggro Nilos first, then small Nilos, then big Nilos. The reason being is because when you kill a small Nilo, it dies. When you kill a big Nilo, it turns into 2 small Nilos. Did our mage die? Oh no, they're still here. Okay. Alright, cleanup time. Alright, and now for the big Nilo, you need to pray the same color that it is. So it always starts on melee, but then whatever color it switches to, you want to pray that color. Mage first. So the order of operations here is switch your prayer, then change your weapon, then attack. And or how many pieces you can comfortably change. In the main game, you're typically going to have anywhere from a 3 to 5 or maybe 6 way if you're really fast switch. But starters, it's usually recommended just to swap just your weapon alone, and to wear something like either robes and or void gear like in the main game. And like it works, void works fairly well for learners, beginners, because you can first learn how to switch with just by switching 2 pieces. So you like your helm and your weapon, and that's it. And then once you get fairly competent at being able to do a 2-way switch constantly, then you can switch to being able to do a 4-way switch, which will help you out quite a bit. Running this like normal main game. No running across, please. So basically how this works is you're gonna, when you have if you're the one that's selected for the maze, you will take a path. Let's just, for instance, say that this is the path. If you have a second, look at the stream instead of having it minimized. I won't be going through the door anytime soon. So if you look at the stream, you can see the path basically. So this red row going across, that's the 3rd row. That's very important. And say the maze is like this. It's this tile, this tile, this tile, and then it goes, you know, like so on and so forth. But we don't need all that. Anyways, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna make sure you stand on. I'm gonna unmark the tile that you need to stand. You'll stand on that tile. Make sure you click in the first row, the very first spot you need to click. Make sure you click the second. Make sure you click the third, and then you'll wait on that third row. That third row, wherever you end up being on that third row, you'll wait on that third row tile. Give it 5 to 10 seconds, and then when you take off running, you have to run, but make sure that you're accurate with your clicks. So it's more important to be accurate with your clicks than it is to be fast. If the tornado hits us, the first time it hits us, it'll only do roughly 30 damage for each person. So it'll only do 30 damage to us. The maze is not always the same. It's random. It's a random maze. So it will change. It'll always change. Hopefully I can get maze on the first one so I can show you guys what to do. But if not, it is what it is. Hopefully that explained it. Hopefully I explained it well enough. But basically, pause on the 3rd row. Make sure that you click on each tile getting to the 3rd row. Not gonna lie, kind of confused here. Okay, I'll start over. My bad. So you'll get a random maze. You'll click on each tile getting to the 3rd row so that you don't miss a tile. Hardest boss other than Verzik. Sure, yeah. But anyways, once you're on the 3rd row, so if maybe it might help to look at it like this. The 3rd row, whatever tile you're on. So for instance, say it's this tile right here. Stay on that tile. Just sit there. There'll be a little black swirl underneath you, and it'll damage you for like 5 damage every so often. And yes, we are meeting center tile for giant ball. Basically, so you'll stop on the 3rd row, and you'll wait 5 seconds. What that does, that gives us time to see where you stepped, because we might be over here waiting to see where you stepped, because when it teleports us over, it teleports you across one tick faster usually, and then you know where you're clicking because you can see the maze, but the rest of us cannot. The only way we see where to click is where you click on the when you click on the ground. When you click on the grid, we can see that click. But if you don't click here, and so if the line is going, if these tiles, if this is how the maze goes, and you click here, but you don't click this first one, guess what? We have no idea whether or not it's this, or this, or straight ahead, this. We have no idea. So that's when that causes confusion right off the bat. So always make sure you click on each tile to the third row. Once you're in the third row, you'll wait there, and then what you'll do is you'll click on the end of each line. And what I mean by that is if I do a quick mock-up here, yes, only one person can see the maze. So then I will show you. So if you're watching this, are you watching the stream? If you're watching the stream, I will show you. If this is our maze, and you click on this tile, you're on the third tile right here. Okay, you're on the third tile. You're gonna click that tile right there. Boom, that's where you're gonna click. And once your true tile, or once you land there, then you're gonna click on this tile right here. But you have to be running when you're doing this. Then you're gonna click on that one, click on the next one, and you'll do that all the way through the whole maze. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, I don't know how else better I can explain it besides saying just run with it and we'll see how it goes. All right. And then as far as the orbs go, it is red is mage and black is range. That you have to protect against. So you protect against range when you see a black orb coming your way, and you protect against mage when you see a red orb coming your way. Okay, so see how he stepped past straight away? That was not good of him, whoever it was. They should have waited on that third tile for at least 5 to 10 seconds. Run off. I'm just going to run through this last part because I don't know which tiles are right. Right where I'm standing right now is where you'd meet. If we end up getting the big green ball, everybody run to the tile that I'm standing on if we get the big green ball. We likely won't get it because we have so much DPS, but... Sage, or no, that was... That was somebody that didn't have... Somebody that wasn't in the stream. God blessed. That's who it was. So, God blessed. God, you should be in stream. You don't know what you're doing. Sorry to call you out. Just trying to help. Oh, that's right. So, well, the only mistake you made was not stopping on row 3, which is the worst mistake. Main game, you'd wipe the team. I feel bad because if he's on mobile, you know, it is what it is, but not trying to pick on you. Just FYI. Anyways, okay, Zarpus. Please mark out these tiles along with the very center one. You don't have to do these outside ones unless you really want to. That's more for once you want to learn how to melee walk Zarpus. But even myself, I don't know how to correctly melee walk Zarpus. I usually just range in the main game on the outside edge. I'll probably learn it at some point, but I just haven't learned it yet. Basically, how this works is for the first 70% of its health or thereabouts, what it's going to do is, well, first it'll start off with, there'll be these things called exhumed on the floor. Let me grab a drink of water real quick here. All right, so there'll be these things called exhumed on the floor. And basically what they do is they shoot these little green things onto Zarpus, and it gives Zarpus additional health and defense levels. So in leagues, it's not the biggest worry. You don't really need to stand on them, but it's good practice to stand on them anyways for the main game. Because obviously in the main game, you don't have the 200% accuracy that you do in leagues and massive DPS increase like you do in leagues. So just get used to stepping on them and blocking them from being able to shoot the additives is what I'd call it to Zarpus. As soon as that's up, then the first round of the fight will start, or first phase of the fight will start, which is basically Zarpus will fly up into the air and he'll look at each person, starting with the leader of the group. So he'll start with me, and he'll look at me and he'll spit a poison ball at me. And it'll land on the tile that I'm currently on. So I just had to move off that tile to stop taking poison damage. And he'll go orb order, which will be, you know, if you look at the top left of your screen, you have each of our orbs are up there. So your orb is the first initial of your name. So it'll start with me, then it'll go to Shmorty, then Neg, then Sage, then God. And it'll just keep going. It'll rotate through that, and it'll keep doing that. So it'll keep looking in that person's direction, spitting an orb on the tile that they're on. So you just got to move when he looks in at you. So you just got to keep an eye on who he's looking at in orb order, so that you know when you have to move. So and then once we get him down to 30, roughly 30%. It's roughly 30. Sometimes it's 35. Sometimes it's like 28. So he'll screech. It'll say screech above his head. When he does that, then you stop attacking, and you have to be in the quadrant that he's not looking at to be able to attack him. So that's what these tiles are for. Basically, between these two tiles, if you're looking at the stream, these two tiles right here, this one and this one, those two tiles is basically the south east quadrant, and same with these two. This is the southwest quadrant. So if you attack anywhere along these between these tiles, so if you're standing on that square, that square, that square, that square, that square, you'll be in the southwest. And it's the same for all. Now, what you don't want to be is you don't want to be on that tile or that tile or any of the other ones in between the yellows. You don't want to ever be on those tiles. You can run across them, but you never want to attack from any one of those tiles. And the reason being is because if I go on this tile in between these two and I attack, I am now in the game settings or in the game's view or Zarpus's view, I am seen on both the southeast and the southwest quadrant. So if he's looking either southwest or southeast, I'm going to get hit. So you always want to make sure that you're going basically. So like another way to easily think about it is don't attack when he looks a direction. Run to the tiles that he's looking at. So you don't want to make sure you try not to get poison on these yellow tiles, because if you get poison on all these yellow tiles, we can't complete this. We can't complete the room. So just keep that in mind. You don't want to be standing on these yellow tiles and attacking when in during the first phase when he spits the poison onto the tile that you're standing. So you want to be either on these outside ones or further back yet. If you're a ranger, you can be further back yet. But if you're a meleeer, you'll want to be on these middle tiles, like right here, or right here, or right here, or right there. But leave the ones that have the yellow marks. Don't stand on those ones. Because otherwise it makes it harder for everybody. In main game, people get really mad if you mess up more than one yellow tile, like per side. So like if I'm for instance if my corner is the southeast corner and I mess up this tile and this tile, you know, in the main game, people would basically after that raid, I'd be kicked out of the raid and they wouldn't have me in their raid. They're not going to tell me why. They're not going to tell me what I did. They just expect you to know that. It's just how it is. Another thing you can do, main game, like Naganomi or whatever it has, is Prey Redemption. It's very popular. Sage, since you're a range, and you can do this in the main game as well. Basically, you'll be on this outside. Just stand on any of these outside edge tiles, and then every time he sorry, I missed that question. When he screeches, you do not want to be where he's facing. Yes, you don't want to attack where he's facing. You can be standing where he's facing, but you can't attack him where he's facing. So, like as a meleeer, what I do is whatever way he looks, I'll run to that tile in the quadrant that he's looking. So that way, when he turns, and because he can't turn to the same quadrant twice, like he won't stay in the same quadrant for two turns. So I'll run to the tile that he's facing, and then I'll attack him. And then when he turns to look at another tile, I'll click the attack button. And then when I'll attack like 2 times, and then I'll run to the direction that he's facing currently. He'll turn again. I'll attack while he's not facing me, and I'll just keep doing that. Because if you run to the side that he's facing, it guarantees that he'll never be attacking you, or you'll never be in the wrong quadrant, so to speak. When you're running along the outside edge, you just have to make sure that when he spits a poison, that you're 2 tiles away from the one that he last spit. Otherwise, you'll get repoisoned or whatever. Okay, so he screeched. So now I look at the direction that he's in. So I attack now because he turned. I attack twice. I move to the new spot that he's looking. I attack twice more. I run over to the spot that he's looking again. I wait till he turns. I attack again. On repeat. Hopefully that all made sense. Okay, and now we've got Sage, do you have these marked? If you do not have these marked, make sure you get all these marked. These are must-have for main game. Mark them up. Because we're not gonna use the only use them if you don't have bankers. So Sage, do you have banker's note or do you have I forget the name of the other one. The recall. Banker's Note. Okay, perfect. So if you don't have Banker's Note, you would do it like the main game, where between two attacks, you'd run behind the pillars when Verzik does her mage attack. But since you have Banker's Note, basically what we'll do is we'll just stand on this. First I'll wait. Let me know when you got all these tiles marked. I don't want to try and make it so that I try to explain it to you. I think you got it. Slayer Helm is best in slot for leagues. It is if you have the Slayer perk or Slayer relic. Otherwise, no. Unless on a task. Okay, so basically that center yellow tile, so that's Verzik's true tile during phase 2. So what you, again, this is so you don't misclick and try to click her, because she'll bounce up and down when she's doing her attacks, and you could misclick if you try to click her body in the air. You just want to click this tile in the center during P2, and that way you'll always be attacking her instead of misclicking her in the air and then you click back here, and so you run across like that. Instead, you always want to click on this very center tile here. These yellow tiles are the safe tiles for when you're doing melee in the main game. So you'll be standing on this tile. This tile right here is unsafe, meaning you can get bounced if you're on this tile, but not on this tile. It's one tile outside of her melee range, which is how you do it in the main game. So in the main game, you'll stand here. When she bobs down, you'll attack, and then you'll click back over here. And the timing is basically you'll be on Verzik, and when she spits a range ball, it'll hit the floor. And when it hits the floor, that's when you click back. You'll click on that range ball. You'll click on the splat when it makes the splat. You'll click on that, and then you'll click right back on boss. That's the timing for the main game using melee. But if you're not worried about that, then yes, you can only melee it. I mean, I shouldn't say you can only melee it, but realistically, you can only melee it. Like, if you had like best in slot T-bow, like if the whole team had T-bows, you might be able to, like, if you're like a bunch of really good gamers, like you could potentially finish it with T-bows. Everybody having T-bows, but it'd be very hard because basically she has a lot of range and mage defense, but obviously with mage and range during leagues, well, range particularly you never miss, and mage you have 200% accuracy, so it's pretty hard to miss when you have the two mechans. But in main game you'll always be meleeing, so like if you want to, like I would encourage you to use a melee weapon during P2, just so you can learn the timing, so that if you want to do this in main game, you can, you don't, it doesn't feel like super foreign. But basically, yeah, even a bludgeon, that works fine. But you'll attack, and then when the green splat hits the ground, you'll click on the green splat, and then you'll click right back on boss. Now, again, we want to stay inside of the yellow as best we can so that we don't mess up the timing. So if I stand over here, if I range from like way over here, what'll happen? That's fine. Otherwise, what you can do is you can have your melee equipped, and like no harm, no foul. Just have your melee equipped and just walk. Just like walk like this, just one tile at a time. Just go one tile at a time, walking, clicking on the ground one tile at a time. Or take your run off and just click like this. So you're walking, boom, 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 and just watch the fight, if that helps you. And just watch. Instead of trying to attack, just go like this and just watch the fight. But if you're going to do it, I'd recommend doing it on like the north or the south tiles. But basically, just walk like that. And as long as you're walking like that, you'll never get hit by a ranged attack because you're continuously moving. Because it takes one tick for her ranged attack to hit you. So if you're continuously moving, as long as you're not stopped, you'll never get hit. So, But yeah, it's just and then during this first phase, pray mage. During the P2, the start of P2, you're gonna pray range once it starts, and then when the red crabs come out, that's when you'll switch to pray mage. Okay, we all good? Hopefully. I think everybody's got bankers at this point, so we will start up here. And basically, I will drop the staff after using my 2 specs, and someone else can pick it up and use their 2 specs. And typically, like main game, you'll usually just do orb order as to who picks that up next. Keep your HP high here, above 80 or at least 80. So you might be hitting like or eating like almost every hit. It seems like. Okay. Range spray. We need this neg person to be closer to the boss. Neg. Move. Closer to boss. I am very slow. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really slow at typing, so I'm trying to think and type at the same time. But yeah, the timing is just back on the green blob. Every so often it doesn't spit a range attack, but if you just watch, you'll see what I'm saying. Attack, click back on the green blob, click back on the green blob. As long as you're clicking back on when the green blob hits the ground, you'll be fine. Like right there, I didn't have a green blob, so it messed up my timing. So I wasn't able to see it coming. But yeah, otherwise you'll be fine. Let me get some food out before I die here. Okay, now we switch to Mage Prey. So the reason why I wanted you to try with melee is because the phase doesn't last real long in the first place, just because the fact that it's league, so it goes by really fast. So, but you don't, no pressure. Like don't feel pressure to do it if you don't want to. Whoops, healed it up a bit there. Ouch. Oh, I was off a tick. Okay, and then to tank, basically you attack, and when it turns and it doesn't attack, now you can shift click to walk under it, and then it'll do the range attack, and then you can walk back under it. If you don't want tank, you can just run. But if you do that, you don't attack. If you don't want to take tank, just run and keep running. But it's up to you. I could finish it quicker, but I kind of want to prolong it to yellows if I can, on purpose. or webs. So during webs phase, I'm gonna try to explain that during webs phase. So during webs phase, that's what this tile here is marked for, all the way down here. For some odd reason, it's pretending Verzik is still alive. I don't know if you guys seen that, but you'll want to stand on this tile right here that I have marked. I have it just hazily marked because I don't like having too many markers on my thing, but you want to mark that tile because when webs start, you need to be on this tile, and then it'll do like it's like wind up, and then everybody just spam clicks this tile right here. It's actually I think it ends up being like this tile I think as far as attacking, but you'll just click on you hover over Verzik and just get ready to click attack, and then as soon as you're able to attack it, you attack, and then you instantly click to the side, and you'll run a square. You'll actually run when you click to the side, it'll run like this because Verzik is like a 4x4 or whatever, or 5x5. It'll run a square. You just have to make sure that you're in the middle of the square every time you click attack, and the only way to know that is where your true tile is. So like I have this blue tile, blue 4-pointer. So like for instance, I'll pretend like the tile I'm on is the webs tile. Yep, I know. Pretend like the tile I'm on is the webs tile and Verzik is on that middle tile. So if I click attack, I'll attack her once, boom, and then I'll click over here on the side right here, but to make it easier to see, I'll actually click in the corner as if I'm running around. So right there is where I actually attack. So oh, so one of us got a purple. I hope you got the purple, man. I don't want it, to be honest. Ah, sorry, man. I wish you would have got it. Sorry. I hate it when I get the purple when I'm trying to help people out. Oh, wow. That's my... I don't know how many if that is. I'm really sorry, guys. I've already got everything. I don't need it. I do have to take a break. I gotta eat my supper here. My lovely wife made me some supper, so I'm gonna eat my supper. Um, I'll be watching the stream. So like if you have any questions or anything, feel free to ask them, and I can answer them the best I can. But I'm gonna mute myself so you don't hear me chomping away, and I'm gonna put up my AFK on my stream. And we can run some more after I'm done eating my supper. Yeah, no problem. You're welcome. But yeah, I'm just gonna eat some supper. I'll stay in the stream. Um, and I'll try to answer any questions if anybody has any questions. But otherwise, I'm gonna put up this AFK for a few. Be right back. Eat some supper and give me like 10 minutes. Perfect. Sorry, yeah, that works great. Yep, we can run another one about 10-15 minutes or so. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. Okay. Just finishing up my supper here. Sorry, guys. Okay. I'm gonna kill the music because it's easier for me to explain if I don't have music in the background. And I'll take off this AFK screen. All right. Um. Innocentric, are you in the stream here? And Shmorty, are you still in? Am I muted? Um, you wanna join stream to learn? Oof, staying up late, man. Uh, it's on YouTube. Search my name. Sorry, you're back now. Yeah, we can grab you. We can grab you. I'm gonna grab a friend. Resign real quick. Everybody, reapply. GIM, you'll have to reapply. Saria, wherever you are, come apply. Everybody come apply that's in the stream. Where did everybody go? Yeah, do you want to come reapply? Thank you. Okay, and who is the other two guys? Schmorty, come reapply. And Schwixer was the last guy. Schwixer, if you're still in here. Okay, well, I guess we'll take, I wonder if there's a way to look him up. Well, we'll take him. Sorry to Schwixer if you were waiting. I don't see you. I'm thinking that you already have KC. Top boss, perfect. Okay, looks like he's a learner as well. Okay, is everyone in the YouTube stream? If you're in the YouTube stream and you can hear me, say in game. In. Okay, so top boss. Top. Join my YouTube stream, please. Oh, you're already in. Okay, perfect. That works. Okay, so I believe that's everybody, right? Sage, Eno, Schmorty, and Top Boss. He did say in, right? Yeah, in. Okay. All right. So first room, um, at 70%, 50%, and 30% health, Maiden will spawn crabs. They will come out of these pipe-looking vents on both the north and south walls, and basically, I will take care of freezing on the south side. Actually, are you mage 6? Is or no? Just by looking at you, that's what I'm getting. Are you mage 6? Sorry, there's probably like a 10 or 15-second delay between the stream. Maging, yes. But mage 6. And ancients, I presume. Correct? Yes, no. Um 6th combat mastery. Okay, perfect. And using barrage. Okay. Okay. So, what I'll have you do is, do you have any top experience in the main game? If you do have top experience main game, I'll have you freeze all. If not, then I'll have you freeze north. Do you have any experience Tob freezing Tob in Maiden in the main game? It's fine if you don't. It's just if you don't, I don't want to have you trying to freeze not much experience. Okay, so okay, we'll have you do freeze the north 1/2. So 1/2 means the first 2 crabs that come out of the north side, and then I'll freeze 1, 3, and 4. I'll skip 2s on the south side, unless I'm tick perfect, which I probably am not. But and then so anyways, we'll freeze crabs, and on the 70% crabs, everybody go ahead and attack the crabs. And then on the 50% crabs, everybody do the same thing, attack the crabs, and then go right back on the boss afterwards. And then on the 30%, we'll freeze the crabs, and as soon as the crabs are frozen, then you jump right on the boss. Or I guess anybody that's not a freezer, or that's not freezing, will attack the boss. Eno, forget it, Enocentric. You'll just stay on the crabs on the 30s. You'll just stay on them. You'll just stay on the crabs the whole entire time, pretty much, unless all the crabs are dead. Then you can attack the boss, but otherwise, just focus staying on freezing all the crabs because you'll be on barrage. You'll do multi hits. Um, and then there will be occasionally the boss itself will spit out bloods, and the bloods will I'll say blood splats. They'll hit the ground, and they're shot at where the player is currently standing. So you'll have to run away. Sometimes you get unlucky, and it's like it shoots out at the same tick that you click on a brew, or do another action or whatever, and so that way it stalls you for a tick, and then you end up getting hit no matter what. But just try your best just to not step on the blood splats, because when you step on a blood splat, what happens is there's a chance for it to create a moving blood, which is basically a blood spawn that will move around the room, and it'll leave a trail of blood spots behind it that if you step on will, can cause it basically can multiply itself. If you step on it again, it multiplies. Step on it again, it multiplies, and pretty soon the whole room is just full of bloods, and it's impossible to kill. Um, but at the same point in time, have fun. Mage pray on. Um, Make sure you got your best offensive prayer on as well, always. And yeah, just enjoy yourselves. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the middle of the raid. I can give a verbal response if I see it. But otherwise, right after, not raid, room, sorry, after the room. Preferably after the room if you can. Uh, yeah, let's try not to worry too much about the south side blood or crabs. Reason being is because when you froze those ones, you actually froze them in the wrong spot. Basically, you want to stack them so that way when you attack them, you can attack all of them at once with your barrage. So you can hit them if you want, but just make sure that you have them in the right spot. Then, if you are gonna hit them, so you want to hit them when they're all stacked together, like the threes, you want them barraged right there, like that, and then the fours, you want to barrage on top of them, like that. Oh, I was one tick too late. Sorry about that. But yeah, basically you want to stack them. So now with the 30s, we're going to freeze them, and then everybody's going to jump on boss. And on this, you can freeze all. You can freeze all. It's going to be too late by the time you hear that, I suppose. But now we just get back on boss. Except for, stay on the crabs. Yeah, the delay is probably going to throw you off at times. Sorry about the delay, but there's not much I can do. It's basically the delay between YouTube's streaming service and OBS's software service, the time it takes to send the data back and forth. Sorry. Okay, and we're on to float. So this one's pretty simple. Basically, you can pray range at all times, and then you'll pray your highest offensive prayer. And basically, bloat will always just keep going around this pillar. He does not continue to always go the same direction. He can randomly turn around and go the opposite direction. He can go whichever direction he wants. And to not be flied, you have to be on the opposite wall that he's on the pillar. So if he's on, like right now, he's on the west wall. There's obviously a delay, but so if he's on the west wall, you need to be on the east wall. If he's on the north, you need to be on the south, so on and so forth. But if you're not, basically he sends out a fly every tick that you're not on the opposite wall, and yeah, he'll those flies go through you. They don't just hit you; they go through you and they hit your teammates as well. So that's why it's important not to try and let too many flies go. That's like the number one reason people die in this room in main game is one person tries to be a hero and do some kind of a hero BGS move or something, and ends up flying the whole team down and killing them essentially. So yeah, should be pretty self-explanatory. If I miss something, again, just ask. You don't have to come in right away in the beginning. You can wait outside and wait until the first down. It'll go when it goes down. The lights on it, the lights on bloat will turn black. They'll flash and then they'll turn black. When they turn black, when they start flashing, that's when you'll run to bloat. And then when they turn black, that's when you can attack them. So like right now, I'm running towards him. Make sure my range prayer's on, and I got the wrong thing on. Sorry about the delay. It's just there's not much I can do about it. Sorry. And then obviously you have to avoid these falling hands. So wherever there's a black spot on the ground, that's a falling hand. You just have to make sure that you're not stepping in them. And he reverted. Okay, well, I'm in last stand, so we just got to get there in time to do some damage since I'm last stand procced. Should be fine still. Yep, okay. Sorry if I didn't explain things quickly enough and that caused you to die. I forget that there's obviously a delay. So, but yeah, good job, guys. If you need like supplies or whatever, you can get them out of the chest. But if you have bankers and you have plenty of supplies, you don't need to worry about it either. Okay. Eno. You got a powered staff? No. Okay, then put auto cast spell to single. I think it's blitz, ice blitz, so you don't take excessive damage. Okay, so in this room, there will be a bunch of little Nilos that'll spawn. For the first, I don't know, it's like a couple minutes of waves worth of little Nilos. And what we'll do is Sage will be range, Shmorty will be range, Eno is going to be mage, top boss will be melee, and I will be melee / fill. So whatever I feel necessary to do to make us get through the raid, that's what I'll do. But anyways, the gray crabs are the melee ones, obviously. Blue are mage and green are range. If you hit a crab that's the wrong style, you'll get like an error message noise. It'll be like a noise that goes something like or something like that. I don't know if I can't replicate it the best, but basically it's like denying you kind of sound. And that noise basically is telling you that, okay, since you messed up and hit me with the wrong style, you can no longer do damage to me. So somebody else will have to kill that crab for you. Just so you know, so that you're not trying to attack a crab and you're not. It seems like you're not doing any damage to it because yeah, you aren't doing any damage if you hit it with the wrong style in the first place. So if you hit with something with the wrong style, just move on to the next crab. Don't worry about that one. Eventually, it'll change colors to another style, and somebody else will be able to kill it. The order of focus is always the auto retaliate ones first. So the ones that come in that are aggressive, you'll kill those ones first. Whether they be big or little. Then you will attack the little ones next, if whatever little ones are on the map. And if the little ones are taken care of, then you can attack the big ones. And the reason for that is when you kill a small Nilo or a crab, whatever you want to call it, it dies and it disappears. When you kill a big Nilo, it explodes and turns into 2 small Nilos. So if you kill all the big ones, you're essentially like making more work for yourself and possibly causing more damage to the pillars. So it's the order of operations is the aggro ones first, then the small Nilos, then the big Nilos. If you mess up, don't worry about it. You know, this is a learner raid, and yeah, just trying to help out as best we can. Anything else I'm thinking? Oh, at the end there will be a big Nilo that'll spawn. and it always starts out melee. So you'll after you kill all the little ones, and there's like a lull, so to speak. There's like a couple second lull. You'll see everybody turn on their melee prayer, um, turn yours on, and then from that point forward, there will be another order of operations, and that will be number one. You'll want to change your prayer to the style in which you're being attacked with. So if the crab it starts out melee, so it starts out gray. So you'll pop on melee prayer, and then every like 5 ticks, I think it is, or 6 ticks, I think it changes. I think it's 6. Or no, maybe it might be 8 ticks actually, because I think you can get 2 whip hits in main game. I think you can get 2 whip hits, so I think it's 8 ticks, but nevertheless, it'll change color. So if it changes to green, obviously, number one thing you want to do, change your prayer to protect against range or missiles, and then equip your range attack weapon and click attack. And then it switches to mage. It won't do it in order. It'll just be a random order which it switches. Sometimes it'll be like mage range, mage range, mage range, mage range, and then it'll go melee. So it's just random. There is no set order that it switches. But always order operations is switch your prayer first so that you don't take damage, then switch your weapon, and then attack. Um, that way you don't take excessive damage. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Always make sure you're potted up going into this room. If you have ranged pots in your ranger, pot up. Mage pots, if you have mage pots, and melee pots if you have melee. And you don't pray against anything, so to speak, in this first part. If you're in the main game, sometimes, like if you're a meleer in the main game, you'd sometimes pray against the magers, because the mages can do some damage to you otherwise. And then also always have on your best offensive prayer. That goes for main game and or leagues. You always want your best offensive prayer on during this room. So keep an eye on your prayer points if you need to drink a prayer pot to keep up, then you do. Likely you'll have to drink a dose or two before the end. But yeah, basically, and if there's nothing to attack, then that likely means that you just gotta be creative. And what I mean by that is switch a single, like your weapon to a different style if you need to attack something, just so that you can always be staying busy. The better you are at Nilo's room, the more likely you are in main game to have people want you in their party. Just a big tip. People that slack off in the Nilo room or tend not to be very good at it tend not to be picked as much for teams, and word can sometimes get out between people as far as, like, who kind of ends up being a sandbag, so to speak. But as long as you're in the raid with me, you never have to worry about being kicked as far as that goes. Also, one other thing to point out is you can never be kicked from a TOB raid, as far as I know. So if there's any questions at all, feel free to say them in in-game chat or in the live chat, either or, and I will answer them as soon as I can. Also, just don't panic. Just keep your clicks accurate. No worries if it ends up being like really closty. I'll make it through if nobody else does. So I'll promise you that. Okay, pillars might come down here. Make sure you eat up to full health. As here I am sitting with, oops, very little health. Again, you want to prioritize prayer switch first, then switch your weapon, then attack. And if you can't get your gear switched, that's fine. Don't worry about it. You know, just attack when you can. Just make sure you're switching your prayer. Good job. Okay, and in this room, if you guys can see, if you look at the stream, see if you can count these tiles out and mark these tiles. They aren't super important during leagues, but if you do decide to do this in main game, they will expect you to have these tiles marked. Okay, that's okay. Listen first, then leave stream. So yeah, listen first, and then you can leave the stream. That way you got all the info before before you take off. But mark out those tiles because they are going to be beneficial. So basically, or minimize for audio. Yep, that might help. But if you need to mark out these tiles, you don't have to mark these red ones. These ones are just for like showing that, hey, this is the third row. I'll talk about that later. But basically the yellow tiles, let me remark this one. Okay, so the yellow tiles are if you're doing the if you're doing TOB in a 4-man, and then the red tiles is if it's 5-man. Except for this front center red tile. So the front center red tile is for ball. If we get a ball, everybody runs to that front center tile, the big red ball. That way we split the damage and one person doesn't get knocked out. But if you're in a 4-man, each person will stand on each of the yellow tiles in the main game. And if you're in a 5-man, then you'll switch out the southeastern yellow tile. You'll go to the red tile instead, and then the 5th person will stand on the front center red tile. What that does is it kind of equalizes how the orbs get sent to the players so that it's not too closty. Otherwise, sometimes, like if people are ranging like way back south, like on the grid area or on the maze area, the distribution of orbs can get messed up pretty bad, and like one person might end up having to sit there and like flick their prayer like pretty fast, multiple orbs in a row, and in the main game that actually would kill somebody likely. So yeah, like it's important to kind of be on those tiles. One thing to note is that the case of the boss attacks with 3 different styles. It attacks with melee. If you're on any of these marked tiles, you are in melee range. So just FYI. It also attacks with Mage, which is a red projectile, and it attacks with Range, which is a black projectile. So make sure you're praying Mage when a red one comes, and make sure you're praying Range when a black or projectile comes. Now there's uh, two different times when we'll have to run the maze at 66% of the boss health and at 33% of the boss health. We'll have to run the maze. What happens is one person gets to see a pattern on the floor, and four, or in this case, we have a group of five, so the other four people will not be able to see the path. So the person that has the path has to light it up for them. And how they do that is you'll click on each tile. So for the first 3 rows, it's very important. Like for instance, if our path happens to be like this, it's straight here and then it goes like this. Do this as quick as I can. Okay, I'm not gonna finish out the path, but say this is our path, for instance. If you're the person that has this path, basically you'll want to start by clicking on this first tile, because the only tiles that the people who are not running the maze see are the ones that you click on, not the ones that you step on, but the ones that you click on. That's a very important point that I think I've forgotten to mention in past learner aids, and I just thought about it now. So yeah, it's the ones that you click on, not the ones you step on. So like when you click on this tile, we'll see your click, not where you step, but where you click. So don't get too like antsy and like click over here and then click there, because what we'll see is we'll see this one turn red and then this one turn red, and we'll all be running to this one, and that's already the wrong tile. So make sure your clicks are accurate. Number one, accurate clicks overall. Okay, then if you were to run this, basically you'd click on this first one, you'd click on the second one, and you click on the third one, and you'll wait on this third one, this third row. So this is row number 1, row number 2, row number 3. On the third row, you have to stay on that tile. There'll be a little black tornado that'll be on you, and it'll do like 5 damage or whatever. Ignore it completely. You don't even need to worry about it. Even in the main game, you don't even need to worry. It does so little damage that don't even worry about it. Just more so be worried about stopping on row 3. As long as you stop on row 3, you'll be the hero. All right. After that, then you're gonna click once you're on row 3. You're gonna wait 5 to 10 seconds. I'd say like 6 seconds. Wait like 6 seconds on row 3, and then you'll click on the ends of each of the lines of the maze. So you'll click on this one, then you'll click I'll deselect. So you'll click on that, then you'll click that, then you'll click that, so on and so forth. You don't need to click all the ones in between. But just make sure your clicks are accurate so that you don't run off the maze. And because what happens is as soon as you run off the maze, then the rest of us have to just make a decision. Do we trust that this person is running the maze correctly anymore? Or are we going to, and because of that, are we going to die? Or do we just think that, okay, they misstepped once, it's fine. You know, so it's a trust thing, but it's also a thing where it's like, nobody wants to be the person that dies, obviously. So yeah, just pause on row 3 and you'll be good. Any questions? Yes, but Sage, also remember, click your first row, second row, and third row tiles so that we know the path. Because sometimes you'll get a path that looks like this. Boom, boom, and then it goes like this sometimes. And then it goes forward. So sometimes the path will look like that. So make sure you click here, here, and then you can click the end of this one, and then click on the third row. But okay, I'm gonna get rid of those. Okay. Yeah, it is. Yep, it is an annoying path, but yep, definitely want to do it right. All right, let's roll. I usually start off always praying mage just because I feel like more often than not he always sends a range ball to the first person that walks into the room. So if you guys marked the tiles, try to stand on one of the marked tiles. Okay. Gotta go a lot faster, whoever's running it. We got hit once so far by the tornado. So good job running it. You just got to make sure you go faster. After the third row, go faster after the third row. So once you've paused, then you got to go faster. But again, accurate clicks are better than fast clicks. Okay, I'm chosen right now. Obviously there's a delay, so but I'm gonna basically show you about how fast you should be running it. Give it a few seconds here. Okay. I messed up there. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I did a corner cut there, and I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. That was 100% my bad. Share the ball, share the ball, share the ball. Okay. That was my bad. Tried cutting the corners. Hopefully, you guys will forgive me for that. I won't try that again. I'll just run them straight. That way I don't accidentally step off. Okay, so for this room, if you don't have these tiles marked, nice, nice. Okay, so that's a positive thing. So make sure you got these tiles marked, these inside tiles, the inside yellow ones, and top boss, you did okay. You just gotta run a little bit quicker. That's all. Just because um, we got hit by one tornado basically because of it. So when the tornado hits us, it hits us all for like 30 damage, and then it resets. Um, Meaning it goes back to the start of the maze and then comes and follows the maze again. And if we're still on the maze, it'll hit us a second time. But you did it fast enough so that we didn't get hit twice, but slow enough that we got hit once. So you just got to speed it up a little bit so that we don't get hit. But otherwise, accuracy. Yeah, yep, accuracy over speed. I was not a good example of that, and I'm sorry about that. Um, Yeah, he did. You did really good, honestly, for your first try. I mean, that's a way better than a lot of people I've seen that have done it, 10 plus times. So, um, anyways, Zarpus. So for this, make sure you have these yellow ones marked, the inside yellow ones, the outside ones. You don't have to worry so much. That's for learning melee walk Zarpus. You don't need those. If you want, you can put them on so that you have them for when you do try to learn it. I haven't even learned melee walk Zarpus myself. I just range from the outside myself still, but it is more beneficial to learn it because obviously your DPS is better as long as you don't miss any ticks. But it's kind of more of a higher end thing to learn. Um, anyways, um, the very first phase will be exhumed, which is basically these little holes on the ground that spit out yellow orbs that heal Zarpus and give him defense levels. So yeah, top boss. Yeah, I know. There's like a tile marker plugin or something. I think when that came out, I think I was actually away from the game, like taking a quote unquote break, right? Like everybody does. Um, but yeah, I think like I had these marked long before those ever came out. So I needed to use those, I guess, but um, I'm sure at some point, like Infernal, when I get around to wanting to learn the Infernal, which would probably honestly might not ever be a thing, just because I don't really like it, to be honest. And I just feel like it's not enough increase or benefit to me. But I'm going off topic. Anyways, so Zarpus will its HP will go up and HP will go up and its defense will go up. The more of those exhumed it receives, so that's why you stand on the exhumed is to block it. In the main game, the exhumed it's much more important to stand on the exhumed because we don't have the 200% increased accuracy and much higher DPS like we do in leagues. With that being said, you might as well just stand on him anyways, just for getting practice for main game. And it's not that hard. You don't take any damage or anything, so why not? And then, oh, nice, congrats, man. And then, um, then the second phase, it will attack in orb order. It'll start on me because I'm the leader of the party. And if you look at the top left of your screen, you'll have those 5 red orbs going vertical with a single letter in it. So the letter is the start of the username, but it'll go through the orb order. And each time it goes through the orb order, then it just loops again, and it goes through orb order and loops again. And apparently I had my prayer on that whole time. But anyways, it'll just keep going through orb order, and what it does is it'll look at you and spit poison on the tile in which you're standing. So you don't want to be standing on any of those marked tiles, the inside yellow ones. You don't want to be standing on any of those during the first phase of the fight. Reason being is because you need them for phase 2. So after the first phase, which will be done around when the boss gets to around roughly 30%, sometimes it's 35%, sometimes it's like 28%, but roughly around 30% ish, it'll screech, and you'll see a big screech above its head. When it does that, then you need to stop attacking, and basically you need to attack it when it's not looking at you or not looking at the quadrant that you're standing in. So if, for instance, it is looking in the southeast quadrant, if it's looking that direction, I need to be in any of the other quadrants but the southeast and attack it. Now, you can only get like 2 or 3 attacks before it changes, and it changes randomly. It'll always be the same number of ticks between when it changes direction, but the direction in which it goes to is random. So how I like to do it is, and how a lot of people in main game do it is they will go to a different direction that is looking like right away and attack it. So like say it's looking southeast, I would go to like the northeast corner, which would be either this tile, this tile, this tile, this tile, or this tile, and I would attack it. But in reality, it's actually only this tile or this tile because likely these ones will be all poisoned. So it'll be either this tile or this tile, and that's why it's important that we keep these yellow tiles free of poison, the inside ones. So if it's looking southeast, you'll attack it from either this tile or this tile, but you'll attack it once, maybe twice. In main game, you only attack it once, and then you'll run. So if it's looking southeast, you'll run actually to the southeast, and you'll wait until it turns, because it can never look the same direction twice in a row, if that makes sense. It'll always change every X amount of ticks. So it'll look to the south, you go to the north, attack it twice, run to the southeast, and wait, and you'll wait there for maybe a tick or two, and it'll turn, and then you can attack it. In leagues, I can get 3 scythe attacks off. So main game is 2 scythe attacks before it turns, and only if you're tick perfect probably are you going to get 2 scythe attacks, I think. But anyways, that's kind of the gist. For prayer, main game, you almost always have redemption up during the whole entire fight, because, or not during the exhumed, but as soon as the fight starts, because the poison does less than 10% of your HP. So typically, your poison when it poisons you, if you're at like 11 HP or whatever, it'll proc your redemption. So there are times when the poison hits, and say you take an attack at the same time, like, yeah, you're gonna die. But yeah. Any questions? Um, Not skeletons. They're called exhumed. It's just just think of yellow pool, but yeah. Okay. Or green pool. I can't remember the color. Oh, I guess they are skeletons. I lied. Or it looks like a skeleton. Sorry about that. It's just I just know them as exhumed, or pools, or whatever you want to call them. But sorry. Make sure you pot up, because I talked for so long. I probably wore your pots down. Sorry about that. No, 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 not that tile, bud. Try not to put poison on the tiles that we don't need to. If you really need to, you can just eat up and just kind of flinch back and forth on tiles till it screeches. Okay, it screeched. So I want to actually go right to this tile. Okay, I seen it turn. I want to go into the direction that it was. Go back to where it's pointing. I don't know if it made sense before, but basically whatever way it's looking, I'll do my attacks from whatever tile that I'm on that's safe, and then run towards the quadrant that it's looking at, because it'll turn away from that. You know that quadrant will be safe because it's going to turn away from that quadrant, and it can't like go back to that same quadrant, so to speak. I'll grab that, or I'll grab it. Somebody grab the staff. I guess if we don't have the staff, it's not the end of the world. It's just we'll end up going through a lot more food. That's all. This room, for sure they want the center marker. Okay. The center tile is Verzik's true tile. That's where she stands during P2. And then the yellow tiles around it are the melee safe tiles, or where you'll click back from as a meleeer. So like if I'm right here, I'm outside of melee range right here. So I click attack, it'll move me to this tile right here. I'll attack her, and then I gotta move off and repeat. So it'll be boom, 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 boom. And there's to understand the timing to it. So basically every time Verzik bobs down, you want to click right on this tile, because if you try to click her body, no, it is not immediately click off. I'll explain it. So basically, she bobs down, you'll click here, and on the first one, it all depends. Like sometimes she'll spawn crabs on the first one, so it's like you may not know the timing. So on the first one, you can click and then click off. But as soon as the first one is done, or as soon as you see a range attack come, that's when you know, okay, as soon as the range attack hits the floor, that's when you need to click on the orb. So basically, one tick after the range attack hits the floor, you need to be off the boss. So I'll make it simpler. Once you get the hang of it, and if you want, you can skip the first one, turn your run off. During P2, you'll first thing first, P2 always have your range on until the red crab spawns. There'll be the two that'll spawn on both sides of her that heal her back up. So until that point, you want to make sure you have your range spray on. But if you want to just watch and learn, your best option is to turn off your run during P2. Make sure your range spray is on. Start on this tile right here, and just walk all the way to this tile right here. Just watching the attacks, and then just turn and go back. Don't try not to run way out here, because the further you get away from the boss, the slower its range attack becomes until you get closer again. And on top of that, you could actually get at a point you might end up getting, I don't know if it's 100% certain, but you might end up at a point getting range attacks one tick apart if you're standing out here, because Verzik will stay on pattern or stay on tick for her attacks, but her range attack will still, the first one will be slow, but then after that they'll speed back up to try and catch back up to her attacks. So long story short, just try to stay as close as you can to the yellow, whether you're a ranger or not. Whether you're a ranger or a major. If you're a ranger or a major that wants to just learn it, I would suggest you go on the north side or the south side and just walk and just keep going like this. If you can see these little 4 blue corners on my screen, that's the true tile, my true tile marker. And you can use that. So you can basically use that to know that, okay, she's going to be spitting out a green ball constantly, but you'll never get hit by the range attack as long as that blue is moving once every tick. So as long as you're walking constantly and you don't let it stop, you'll always be moving on tick. So like you'll never take any damage at all if you're walking just like this during P2. You won't take a single point of damage. But if your blue stops for a second, boom, like that, like it did, or like when you're getting towards the end of it, oh, it stopped for 1 tick, I would take damage right there. So as long as you're moving that whole entire time, you'll never take a single point of damage, ever. I take that back, except for when she does her blue mage ball attack, which hits everybody, and it's the amount of damage is equal to basically, number 1, the distance that every player is from the boss, and then number 2, how many times it crosses paths with the boss. And that's why you try to go Like in the main game, you normally have 2 guys on the west side and 2 guys on the east side. You know, though you'll have northwest, they'll take these 2 tiles, and then you'll have southwest, they'll take these 2 tiles usually, and then same with the east. And the reason for that is when the mage orb goes around, it'll go through um Verzik's body, because her true tile, she takes up this whole, like, if you stand right here, that's already on her player outline or NPC outline. So theoretically, the ball is going through her. So every time the mage ball goes through her, it keeps the damage down. But if you're way out here, turn around. If you're way out here, and the mage ball gets shot, and it comes out, and it hits you, it's gonna skip. It's not gonna pass through her, and it's gonna come over here and hit this guy right here, and he's gonna get hit for like a 50 or a 70 because it's not reducing the damage. So that's why in the main game it's usually these 2 tiles, and then these 2, and then same on the west side. And then in a 5-man, usually one guy will go on the south side, and everybody uses melee. Now, obviously, when crabs spawn and they come running towards you, if you see a crab is on you, obviously you can run away. Like, run as far away as you need to. Now, to pop a crab, how it works is you have to get within 2 tiles of the crab for it to pop. So basically, you want to get within 2 tiles, but instantly click away. If you do it correctly, you'll get hit for an 8. If you do it incorrectly, you get hit for like a 40 or a 60 or an 80 or something like that. Anything I'm missing? Normally P1, you'll start normally. P1 will start usually here. And then normally you'll run behind the pillar before she does her mage attack. And between every mage attack, you'll run back. Explain staff start. So staff start is here, right where I'm at. In main game, you would staff start here. In leagues, we'll do it here. But main game, you do it here usually. And how it works is it's orb order. So like I'll usually start with the staff, and then it'll go to Sage, and then it will go to Innocentric, then Schmorty, then Top Boss. And you'll use 2 specs of the staff because it takes up 35, so you can only do 2 specs of the staff. Drop it, equip whatever weapon you're going to be using, and attack boss. And once you try to pay attention as to see who's using the staff, and then whoever, or how many times it's been dropped even. And then on, like, for me, like on the 5th time it's been dropped, I know it's my turn to grab it again. But you don't have to be like perfect, as long as you're kind of just trying to share the staff so that everybody gets their specs off, so that the boss goes down as quickly as possible during P1. Sage, do you want to drop the staff so I can start with it? Ice or blood? What do you mean by ice or blood? Oh, I would, because if you only have mage, I would put it on blood. That way, you're healing yourself up. Freezing isn't gonna help you. And then, I'm gonna say, let's have Eno. So during P2, let's have Eno go on the south side. So between this tile and this tile, you can move around in these tiles, and then if you need to escape on a crab, run away from it, but then come back to these tiles. But stay on these yellow ones. You'll be safe on these yellow ones. You still have to move every time he does a range attack, so you don't get hit by it, obviously. But yeah, you can go on these south ones, and then Schmorty and Sage, you guys can split these north ones. So maybe Sage take these 2 over here, and then take the top west one. So the one I'm standing on right here. So you can take this one, and this one, and the corner one obviously too if you need to. And then yep, Schmorty, you can take the east side, and then I'll take the west side melee tile. So I'll use these three right here. And then top boss, you can take the whole entire eastern side except for the very far northeastern corner. So try to stay off this one, and try to use these tiles. Now, if it gets a little too closty, where like the purple crab spawns and sometimes it's a bad spawn. It'll spawn like right where I'm at, and it'll cover both the tile I'm on, and it'll cover this tile and this tile to where you can't use them. Well, then if that's the case, then use the tile that you're on and use like these two. You know, just kind of adapt if you need to. You know what I mean? And then same thing goes for me. If it spawns right in the middle of mine, I will do the same. If it spawns on the south side, like if the purple crab spawns here and it covers this tile, just use these top three right here, and the ranger will still be fine using these three right here. So, and then major use blood spells, just so you can heal up in between. I think that covers everything. If I miss something, you'll have to ask. Oh, tanking. P3 tanking. I'm gonna quickly go over it, so whoever gets it. If you don't want to learn how to tank, that's fine. During P3, just run. Just keep running away from the boss, and eventually it'll switch to a different person. But it's pretty simple. If you have shift clicked enabled to walk, you can shift click through anything and walk. So instead of like normally it would be like attack Verzik, you can shift click and you can walk to this tile then, or whatever tile she's on. So basically what you do is she'll spawn, she'll do an attack on you, you attack her once, and then you instantly shift click walk under, and then you wait for her animation to start for either her range or mage attack, and as soon as you see her animation start, then you can click attack again, which will force you outside of underneath her. You'll hit her once, and then just shift click to walk right back under again, and just keep repeating that process. Yeah, I think that's all she wrote. Repot. Mage Prey on. Top boss, you good? Come stand on us. P1, we need to use the staff, guys. Remember, you gotta come up here where we're at. And then make sure you eat up. Make sure you eat up to over 75 HP right now. Hopefully I got that message through before anybody dies. Use the staff, use this special attack with the staff, and then drop it. Okay. Range Prey on. And remember, you can just walk back and forth until you get the hang of it. Like this. But basically, it's when the green splat hits the ground, that's when you click off the boss, and then you go back on. Green splat hits the ground, you go off the boss, back on. Off the boss, back on. There's obviously a little bit of lag. Mage spray. Kill the red crabs. And now there's no indicator. So now it's just every time it bobs, you go down. Sometimes she'll do a range attack still. And that's what helps you to determine when to go down. Or when to attack, sorry. Okay. So it's on top boss. So if you want to tank, you're going to have to shift click walk under instead of trying to run away. Because she can hit you 2 tiles away with melee. But it's fine because it's pretty much over with anyways. This is webs. I forgot to explain webs. Webs, you start on the south side here where this tile is that I have marked, and then you run clockwise around the boss. Good job. Good luck, good luck. Hopefully somebody gets purple. Nice. Congrats. Somebody got one. That's back to back. That's a purple back to back. Because we just got one right before this one, I believe, if I remember right. The saying staff. Oh, perfect. That's exactly what he probably was looking for too. Perfect item. Well, except for the mega rare, obviously. The mega rare would make it better, but Sage, can you make me the party leader? It'll be on the left side. I think where it says there's like an arrow up and down, I think. Oh, I'm trying to remember what it looks like now. Yeah, there. Yep, that works. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, I don't see anybody applied that has less KC. Oh, well, I guess we lost some people anyways. Oh, yeah. Yep. Feel free to leave a like on the stream or consider subscribing if I helped out. It'd be much appreciated. We've got +2 learner aid. Oh, you're gonna come? Yeah, okay. +1. Okay, I guess we're +2. What is this guy? He's got 7 KC. If Probably knows what he's doing. Oh, I guess he applied, so we'll take him. +1 learner aid. If there's anybody in chat that's looking for a learner aid, wants to learn TOB, feel free to come and apply. World 400. I probably got about 2 raids left in me, if I was to guess. Where was this guy? Only donkey. Only. You need a learner aid? Huh? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Let's see, those guys got tons. What about this guy? Yeah, they got a decent amount. Let's see if there's somebody that applied. Nope. We'll do +1 learner aid. Last call. Oh, I guess +2. Hmm. +2 learner aid. Need TOB. Help. Apply. Hmm. +2 learner. I'm not gonna say free KC because I don't want everybody and their mother to apply. Um, see if there's anybody else. If not, we can just send it. +2 learner aid. Sage says he's good sending. Enocentric? Are you fine with doing a trio? Oh, am I yelling at you? Or is it somebody else? Um, let's take a look real quick, see if anybody applied. Nobody. Okay, we will just send it. As long as is Enocentric still here? Okay, yeah, he's still here. If there's anybody in chat that or in the stream that is wanting to do TOBs, normal modes, wants to learn them, feel free to stop on by. I'll probably do one more after this one, so it'll be your last chance to get in. Yeah, I feel like it's always going to be popping, like right around this time, US, anyways. I'm just surprised that there's not more people. Well, I think what it is I think there's a lot of people that would like to learn, but that are legitimately too scared to even approach the top board. Like they won't even go to the top bank, you know. I think tomorrow I may start my stream by yeah, you can get north side, that's totally fine. And then on the 30s, Enocentric, on the 30s, go ahead and freeze all, but start on the north side, do all the north side first, then hop on the south side after the north side. Yeah, okay. Stay on the boss the whole entire time, Sage. I will get everything else. All right. Okay. Good job. And now that you guys know what you're doing, I think this could be a fairly quick raid. If there is a point in which you need something refreshed, just let me know. If you want to have perfect bloat, wait until it's time to come in. Or don't get a fly. Don't fly. If you fly, it wrecks perfect bloat. Also, getting a stomp will wreck perfect bloat, so make sure that you end your attacks a little early if you need to. Okay, perfect bloat is no longer a thing. No worries though. Just thought if you guys wanted to try and get the combat achievement. Should be able to get this. Yep. I will grab melee. Major, did you get your sang staff charged? Use sang if you charged it. Sang. Is it charged? It's got to be charged, otherwise it won't work. So, okay. Use that. Then set up ancient scepter to auto barrage. Nope. So you're gonna use the scepter or you'll set your scepter up to barrage, and whenever you see a double mage coming down, there's a certain spot where there's a double mage that comes in from both the, let's see, it would be the east side and the south tunnel. So you'll want to switch to your scepter as soon as you see the double, and you can hit both those two groups, and that way you're attacking two at once without any repercussions, and then you can switch right back to your sang and attack all the singles. So that's why you want to do it that way. That way you can swap back and forth. You might want to just double check and make sure if you swap to your ancient scepter right now and hover over and then click on your combat options, that make sure that it's selected as your, like when I do it with my saying it or my scepter, my barrage is selected. Make sure that you can switch back and forth and it doesn't affect that at all, because certain weapons I know have affected that actually on me. So I think it's a league's deal, but not 100% certain. But okay, it works perfect. All right, let's get her done. You can also attack them when they're down the tunnels a little ways. Like you can mage both those ones. You have 4 majors that you could have already hit. Just so you know. Make sure your prayer's on. Okay. I'll hit the north group. Just so you see what it looks like. You can hit both majors at once. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but trying to keep an eye on the pillar towers, the health of the pillars, I mean. Okay, we did really good, I feel like. No pillars came down. Yep, good job, guys. There you go, good job, guys. That one was pretty clean. Good job. Okay. Ooh, faster would be nice. Eat up, sorry. Don't panic. Just eat up. A little bit faster next time would be much appreciated. Go to the center front tile. That works. Which one's coming? Bummer. First time doing the maze, okay. Yep. Well. Yeah, I forgot to go through the portal. Yep. That's alright. See if we can't get you guys the CA for doing the speed trial. I don't know what the time is, but we're only sitting at 9 minutes right now total. So we're doing pretty decent. I'm going to go ahead and proc my last stand like right off the bat. We'll give it a couple rotations first, then we'll proc it. Okay, if we want to try for the speed trials, we got to start this pretty quick here. Whoever's got the staff, go ahead and use it. Mage Prey on. done here. Range prey. Remember, we gotta be on opposite sides, guys. I'm gonna go on the north side. Crab is in my way. Ah, stupid lag. You gotta be kidding me. I want to tick early. We can probably skip these reds, I'm thinking. Hop on boss. Yep. I'm probably gonna just proc last stand right away here. This crab is on you. Nice. Okay. Come on. There we go. Good job. That should be a task for you guys, I think. Combat task. Speed challenge. Combat achievement. Do you guys get any? Hopefully. Wow, look at this. Back. 3 purples in a row. That's crazy. That is crazy. Just Assure face guard. Very nice. Congrats. Yeah, that's just how it is sometimes. You know, it's all random. I mean, obviously the MVP gets a little bit higher chance of getting one, but it's not like crazy. Okay, let's see if there's anybody else. We'll do one more learner here. Let's see. +2 learner aid. I mean, I guess he's got. Oh, he hopped on a different party. That's fine. J Ruby, we'll take him. +1 learner aid. Kind of looking for people that are under like 10 KC ideally, because those are the ones that actually need the help. If there's anybody that's watching in the stream right now that's looking for learning how to do TOB that hasn't learned already from the previous raids that I did, come on down to World 400 if you're in leagues and apply. +1 learner. Need to learn TOB. Come apply. No problem, Sage. I will wait for you. Oh wow, we're already up to 64 views on the live stream. That's real close to like the highest one we've had so far. All right, well, I guess we'll just take this guy. I don't see nobody else. We'll take this guy. Plus, then I don't have to talk through every room again. My voice is getting a little dry from explaining every room so far. It does get monotonous at times, but if it's there to help people out, I'm glad to provide it. Who are we waiting on? J Ruby. Okay. Feel free to join my stream. On YouTube. Yeah, Vardorvis is not fun. Feel free to join my stream on YouTube. J Ruby do south. Eno do north. If that works for you guys. Okay. We will send her off. Always try to make sure you're not stepping in any of the bloods. Okay, there's 30s. I see I gotta do south. Good job, guys. All good. All good. Oh, hi, Pink. Thanks for joining. Much appreciated. If there's any parts of TOB that you want to learn, if you don't know the raid already from main game, you're welcome to look back in the timeline on the stream. Not the last raid, but the raid before that, I believe I explained everything. But yeah, totally up to you. More than likely, you're probably just a TOB veteran, and you're gonna carry me through this. Oh, I got last stand. I can just use that. Well. Hey, nobody died that time. Very nice. Wait, I don't think anybody died last time either, though. So. You guys are turning into TOB masters at this point. You started out as learners, and now you're masters. Very nice. Nobody died once. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Major's Mage, Ranger's Range, and Melee's Melee. I'll help out wherever I think that we need it. Just make sure you're using your offensive prayers. That way you're less likely to miss. Unless you're a Ranger, of course, you always hit then. So I wonder if... Oh, I'm going to hit this double. It's just a free double, so why not? If you're a Major, you can always hit the double. There's right at that... I don't know what the exact timing is of it, but... you can hit 2 crabs on both the south side and the east side with barrages, and it'll kill both of them on their way in. I think this is gonna be the last raid of the night. Been at it for a while. I'll be on again tomorrow, and potentially on Wednesday. I guess, yeah, I guess tomorrow will be the last leagues day. So tomorrow will be the last day that I will be doing these. I have some other ideas for some streams to do. One I've thought about was potentially doing like a Jeopardy. I'm working on the board at the moment, but I'm not sure when exactly I'll have it ready because it's all new to me, learning how to set it all up and everything. But yeah. Looks like our pillars are still doing okay. I think that's it. Yep. Very nice. Also, if you are one of the ones that I did teach today, consider maybe subscribing if I gave you enough value. If I didn't, well, then don't. But much appreciated for coming and visiting the stream, giving me the opportunity to teach you. Trusting me with your time. You know, those are things that I know that are not easy for anybody. But also glad to help. So, Pink Dino, we are doing the how you'd run a maze in normal main game. No running across, please. Do maze like main game. Thank you. Hopefully everybody knows how to do it. If not, then I guess it'll make things a little interesting, you know? All right. Okay, okay. We're getting it. We're getting it. One big trick for when you're doing mazes, if you zoom in, it makes it easier to click without misclicking. Just FYI. Yeah, Sage, you can't, like, even after we finish the maze, you can't, like, run across it like that, or you will take damage. Just FYI. Just so you know, because you're probably wondering how you got damaged. Well, it's just part of the mechanic. But you didn't die. That is the big thing. You didn't die. Alrighty. Yep, sometimes it's hard to know when someone's going to step on which one. Which is why perfect Zarpus is actually a really big pain, because in perfect Zarpus you can't let more than one of each of those exhumed go in, which I think is utterly ridiculous, but go ahead and use our last stand here. We'll pocket this one. Yeah, perfect. Perfect timing. Alrighty, we're gonna start this off pretty quick here. That way, in case anybody still needs like the time trialist or whatever speed run tasks, they can get them. Hopefully somebody gets a purple. Hopefully it's not me. Very nice. Stay close to the boss, J Ruby. And this is why you don't want to run far from the boss, because it slows down the attacks like that. Messes everything up. Dude's off out in Kingdom Come over there. That's alright. He just doesn't understand. If he's in the stream, J Ruby, the closer you are to the boss, the less hectic it is for everybody. And less likely it is for you to die. Go under. 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 Under. That's a melee. Sorry, guys. Webs. 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 J Ruby, you're arfing everything up here right now. Really messing up the webs here. Yeah. Well, it's a good thing I still got last stand. It's alright. That's alright. Good luck, guys. Good luck, good luck. Oh, man. Sorry, guys. I have everything. I hate it when that happens. Part of me wants to, like, commit. Maybe I should just. Well, see, it's hard. It's actually pretty hard to time when to die. Like, if I could, I would time it when to die, but yet know that you guys are gonna be able to like finish it off. I wish I could figure out a way to time that, but I don't know. A lot of thought going into it. I mean, the only thing I really would like is the pet would be nice. But anyways, I'm done for the night. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. I will stream again tomorrow, doing the same thing. You guys are welcome. Oh, wait. We got a guy here. QP. I gotcha. All right. Is there anybody in the current raid that does not want to go again? Why is J Ruby? J Ruby's in charge. We'll go like this. We'll just make a new party. Feel free to hop over to mine. If you want to. This will be a learner one. I'm gonna do one more just because this guy's looking for help. Ooh, well, I gotta take Sage and Innocent because they've been with me. Dino, I hope that I don't hurt your feelings here. I'm gonna take Agent Smith over you. I hope that doesn't hurt your feelings. Just because you've already got some KC. And J Ruby didn't come into the stream, so I'm not gonna take him just because it doesn't make sense to grab a guy that you want to teach and doesn't come into stream. So all right. QP. First things first, you need to join my stream on YouTube. Search my name. Sorry, not willing to do for mobile. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna. The whole preference for doing the raid was gonna be for helping them, so I don't want to do another whole raid just for some guy that's on mobile that isn't gonna be able to watch and learn. Pointless to do. Agent Smith. Join the stream, please. Does he have hard mode KC? Let's see. He's got some TOA experts done. No, hardly any bossing. Yeah. Okay, yeah, he's gonna join the stream. Perfect. Let me know when you guys are in. All right. QP, you're in here. Just want to double check. I want to double check that you're in here. Say crab if you're in here. And Agent Smith, say apple. Perfect. What ample? Okay, perfect. All right, perfect. Nice one. So first room here, maiden. Starts out with basically you go in, play mage. Maiden will be attacking one player, but she will throw bloods at all players in the room, and it's random when she decides to throw bloods. There's no like X amount of attacks she throws it. It's just random. At 70, 50, and 30% boss health. On the north side and south side, you'll see these tunnel looking things. Crabs come out of those. And basically, I will freeze those. Or actually, no. Innocent will freeze the north side. I will freeze the south side. And during the 70s and the 50s, feel free to hop on the crabs and attack them. And then as soon as those are dead, hop back on the boss. But when the 30s come out, don't even attack the 30s. Just stay on the boss. So try to remember when 70s come out, attack the 70s and 50s. When the 30s come out, just stay on the boss. And that's applicable in the main game. You'd probably kill the 30s as well in the main game, just because unless you're with a team that's like everybody's got scythe. But yeah, main game you'd probably kill 30s as well. If someone dies before 30s come out, then attack the 30s. The bloods that get thrown at you, you'll see it coming. It's like a red projectile and it hits the floor. Try not to step in it. It'll land on the tile that you're on and like one or two tiles around you. Just make sure you kind of click 2 or 3 tiles away and you should be fine most of the time. Because when you step in that, it creates a blood swarm, whatever you call it. I can't remember the spawn, a blood spawn, and then that blood spawn just randomly goes throughout the room, and every tile it goes on, and it continuously moves, and then pauses on some tiles for a couple ticks. But it disperses those. Every tile it goes across, it disperses a blood pool. So then it just multiplies how much harder it is. Basically, when you step on one, like if you step on one blood, it's pretty hard. But if you step on like 3 bloods or whatever, and this is just an analogy, it gets exponentially harder. So just so you know. And in the main game, normally you'd start out running in and using like a BGS or a now the what is it, the big hammer? I forget the name of it. Otherwise, the Dragon War hammer. Normally that's how you'd normally start the room. But since we already have 200% accuracy defense, their defense level really doesn't do anything because we're so accurate. So we don't really need to. But feel free, Agent Smith, to run some doggy sword specs on that thing. Otherwise, yeah, good luck and have fun. Also, make sure you pot it up. Innocent. Just remember not to try and not freeze the ones off tick like this or outside of the group like this. Just because with the scythe I can hit all the ones that are stacked there then instead of just hitting one. Okay, let's get these froze. Oh, missed ones. I missed twos. At least I got threes and fours, but should be able to still DPS the boss down. Yeah. Good job, guys. Well, so far so good. No deaths, but even if you die, no worries. This is all for learning purposes. Okay, so bloat. Pretty simple boss. Bloat just walks around this pillar. You want to have range spray on at all times, or at least when in between attacks. Did I mean to start? I did, but it doesn't mean you have to come in. You can chill out there. It's totally fine. Otherwise, like Agent Smith here, already procced his last stand. And 2 people already died. That could have been avoided. You just gotta click the food in your inventory. Don't be ashamed to click the food in your inventory always. Switcheroo. It's better to eat up than it is to die. In the main game, it's super important that you don't die and that you'd rather eat up. Because how it works is you get points for each room that you're in, and if you die too much, you won't get enough points to get enough brews to make it through the raid. So but yeah, I guess that room, not much else to say, I guess. Not much going on in that one. This room, we got Nilos. We have basically the first start, or first part. We have little Nilos that come out. And that's a set amount of time. I think it's like a couple of minutes worth of basically little Nilos coming out. And we just got to kill all those. And then the boss comes. And when the boss comes, we will pray. The first thing it drops down as is melee. So you'll pray melee and attack with melee. And then it'll switch to a random style, whether that be mage or range. So you first, the order of precedence is always switch your prayer first, then switch your weapon, then click attack. As long as you do those things, you will do just fine on the boss at the end. Getting to the boss, basically just make sure your clicks are accurate and use your right click option if you have to on like a big stack. Other than that, I believe we have Innocence doing mage still. Yep, and then we'll have the rest of us just doing melee, and where is it? Sage will do range, right? Yep. Okay. Alrighty, let's work it. Also make sure you're potted up. A clean floor is always a good thing. If we can have the floor completely clean, that's the way we like it. I'll hit this doubles. Oh, I missed. I could have hit that double too. By doubles, I mean when there's two of the same coming down. Like when there's two mages, there's always like a point in which two mages come from the south and from the east, and you can hit both of them. So that way you kill two crabs with one attack. I'd say we're doing pretty good so far. I swear the groups just keep getting better and better. I guess we might have to hit the pillars a little bit with some freezes. Pretty clean. I like it, guys. Good job. Remember, prayer first, then switch your weapons, and then attack. Ooh, that was a big one. 85 mage hit. Very nice. I think the highest I've hit was like 100 or 90 something, I think. I can't remember anymore. 93 maybe is what it was. Because it wasn't quite enough to kill Dark, but it was enough to get him almost killed. In this room, so if you don't have those tiles marked over by the soda's egg, you can mark those. Basically the gold tiles is for a 4-man team, and then with the front red one being the location of where you go when the big red ball comes out, so that everybody runs to that tile and shares it. And then if you have a 5-man, you'll use the back 2 golds, the front left gold, and then the front right red, and then the front middle red. So you'll have those 5 tiles. Basically what it is it just keeps the orbs rotating around the boss consistently, so that one person's not ending up trying to switch their prayers like a bunch while they're trying to fight Sotazig. It's not such a big deal in leagues, but in main game it matters quite a bit. And the red orbs pray mage, the black orbs pray range, and it can still melee you. But The melee hits are right around like 30, 40 usually. Sometimes it can hit higher. And then as far as the maze run goes, basically what we see, if you're the maze runner, to give you an idea, if you're the maze runner, what we can see as the people who are followers is every click that you do with your mouse. So if you click on that tile right there, we will see that click. But if you click on this tile right here, even though you ran across these two, we don't see it. So you have to be certain that we'll be able to connect the dots based off of where you click, not versus where you walk. So even though your character went across those two tiles, you didn't click on them. So therefore, we didn't know that that was the route to take. So make sure you click on all the corner tiles, basically. Whenever there's a turn, essentially. Or in this case, if you have 3 tiles going straight, click each of the 3 tiles. That way, you know, you don't click like this and we go, okay, well, did it start right here and go like this, you know? So basically make sure you click each of the 3 first starting tiles. Once you're, first 3 starting rows, not tiles, sorry, rows. Let me make that clear. When you get to the 3rd row, you stay on that 3rd row. Stay there for 5 to 6 seconds. Then you'll run the maze out. And when you run the maze out, make sure that you're clicking, basically, to make it simple, if this is our maze pattern, you'll click on each of the ends of the straights. So each of the corner tiles. So if I'm standing right here, after I get to the 3rd tile, I'll wait 5 seconds here. Then I'll click here. And because I have true tile on, when my true tile indicator lands on this tile, then I'll click this tile. And when it lands on this tile, then I'll click this tile. When it lands on that tile, I'll click this tile, so on and so forth till the maze is done. But just remember, you need to do it fast so that we don't get hit by the tornado too much. But also, more importantly, make sure your clicks are more accurate than fast. And a big tip for that is simple thing as zoom. If you zoom in, it's so much harder to miss your clicks if you're zoomed in. The further you are zoomed in, the harder it is to miss your clicks. The further you are zoomed out, the easier it is to miss your clicks because it's such a small movement of the mouse to get from one tile to the other. But if I zoom in, it's a lot of movement between one tile and the next. So if you find that you're being inaccurate with your clicks, zoom in a bit. All right, we're going to go ahead and start it. All right, I got the maze first. So I'll show you guys. You click on each of the first three rows. And then we're going to pause there. Give it 5 seconds. And then we'll continue on the maze and we'll make sure we're running. Just like that. Okay. We will make it really simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should be plenty long enough. Very nice. Was it too fast? Was it too fast? I tried running it like a decent speed. Probably just a mobile deal. If I'm to guess. Alright, this room. You're gonna want to mark out these tiles. The inside yellow ones. You don't have to worry about the outside yellow ones. Unless you're planning on melee walking, which if you don't know how to do it, then you're not going to anyways, so ignore those for now. Just make sure you do these inside ones. The rule is you try not to step in those tiles until after you hear the screech, or on those tiles, I should say. Because if you're on one of those tiles and he looks at you, he's going to spit poison on it, and we need to be able to step on those tiles to finish the boss in after he screeches. So let's try not to step on those tiles. Only the ones. So each of these is a quadrant. This is the southwest, southeast, northeast, northwest. In the beginning, we're just attacking him, and he's just going to be going orb order. So it'll be me, QP, Sage, Inno, and an agent. And it'll look at you, spit out a ball of poison, look at the next one in the orb order, spit out a ball of poison, and it'll continue to do that loop until we get him down to roughly 30%. Sometimes it's 28%, sometimes it's 35%. It's just roughly about 30% is when he screeches. When he screeches, you have to not be looking at him when you attack. If he's or he has to not be looking at you when you attack. If he's looking at you and you attack him, you will probably die. In leagues, it's a little bit forgiving. Like I think it's hits around like 60 or something in leagues, so you might still live. But main game, you pretty much die, guaranteed if he sees you. But he will rotate in a random direction every 8 ticks, I believe it is. So, and basically you just can't be in the direction that he's looking. You never want to be standing on these tiles in between the yellow ones, because that'll count as being in both quadrants. So, like for instance, this red one on the bottom side, south side. If I'm standing there, I am in both the southeast and the southwest quadrant. So if he looks at either of those two quadrants, I am going to take a hit. So that's why the closest you can be to the middle is these ones, and that's why these are the ones that are marked, and those are the ones that are used. Don't ask me why. I didn't come up with this strategy, but I know it works, and it works well. And it's been a tried and true strategy. Other than that, any questions? If you're just standing on the tile that he's looking at, he does nothing. If you're attacking, that's when he'll attack you back. So if you're standing there, you're totally fine. So if you want to stay in one spot the whole entire second part, that's totally fine. Just make sure you know your quadrants. Like if you're ranging, you might be standing back, but you'll be safer if you're standing on these yellow tiles that are already marked. That way you know exactly which quadrant you're on. So, but totally fine if that's what you want to do. All right, well, let's start it up. Yeah, your auto retaliate should always be off, bud. If you're doing a raid or a boss, your auto retaliate should always be off. You should never have your auto retaliate on doing a boss or a raid. Or at least I can't think of a situation when you would. A lot of times that's what can get you killed actually is by having your auto retaliate on. But yeah, yeah. As far as I know, anyways, you never want your auto retaliate on when you're doing a boss or a raid. Yep, just here to teach, man. And if you learned anything from it, I would appreciate it if you guys subscribe and or like the video. That would be, or the stream. That would be much appreciated. I'm gonna go ahead and proc my last stand here. Good job. Okay, this one has the most explaining going on. Make sure you mark this tile and mark the yellow square around. These are very important tiles to mark. Let me know when you're done marking. You're also going to want to mark the one that's, yep, got it, staffs on the floor, yep. You're going to want to mark the one that's lighter colored to the south, lighter yellow or gold color. You want to make sure you mark that one. That one's your webs tile. And then you can mark the first, the behind each pillar in the middle. Those two will be used for main game. Basically P1 starts out. You protect mage, and in leagues, as long as you have banker's note, you can chill up in the front and just keep attacking boss. If you don't have banker's note, then you're gonna have to run behind the pillar. That's where the yellow tiles are marked, and in between each attacks, so that you don't get hit by the mage. The rest of us, just make sure you stay above 75 HP, or I'd say even 80 to be safe. I think I've seen it hit as high as 81, I think. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. It's getting a little late, but so the center tile that I'm standing on here is the Verzik true tile, meaning that's where if you actually I don't even know if that's considered her true tile, but it's the tile that she encompasses. Meaning if you always click right on this tile that I'm standing on, if you click the tile itself, you'll always be attacking Verzik during P2. So when you're a meleeer, you're standing over here on the safe tiles. The yellow tiles are the safe tiles. And you click attack and it moves you to the unsafe tile. But then you need to click back on the safe tile. And then attack, which will move you here, which is unsafe. When I mean unsafe, I mean that you'll get bounced by Verzik. And you'll get knocked over to a couple tiles away. The timing for knowing when to be on the boss and off is when she drops down. That's when you attack. And when the green splat hits the ground, when the so the green ball, when the green ball hits the ground, and you can start to see the swirl animation start, that's when you can click. And you'll click right on the same tile. So like if I'm on the boss, I just attack the boss and I see the green thing hit the ground, and now the swirl starts. I click right on that tile, and then I click right back on attack boss. So it's basically you're only off of the boss for one tick at a time. Only the tick in which she looks at you. So basically you're on, the green ball hits the ground, you click on the green swirl as it's going up, and the boss looks, and you click right back on the boss to attack. During P2, you want to pray range starting out, and when the red crabs, the big red crabs spawn on both the east and west side of Verzik, you'll switch to pray mage, because then she'll start using her mage attack. Even though she uses her mage attack primarily, she will still do. Yeah, prayer's on. My bad. Thanks, Sage. She will still do range hits periodically. So keep that in mind. I can't think of anything else. P1, make sure you got Mage Prey on. Oh, P3. So P3, when P3 starts, or Phase 3, Verzik will turn into an actual crab herself, or a spider. If you want to learn how to tank, this is your time. Because, like, it's not going to affect anybody else. We all have last stand and stuff to be able to still finish it, even if you kill 1 or 2 people. It's fine. But basically, if you want to learn it, you have to have the ability. I can't remember. I think it's in the settings someplace. But basically, when you shift and click on something, you can click through the object, or NPC. I mean, so you can walk under it. I think most people probably already have it activated. It might even be a RuneLite setting by now, or like a default setting at this point. But basically, Verzik will attack you with a ranged shot or a mage shot starting out. You can do 1 attack, but only if you're like close to her. If you're actually like 4 or 5 tiles away, you just have to click and shift click and walk under her. Otherwise, you won't get under her in time. And then what you do is you just wait and give it like a couple ticks, and you'll see her start to wind up a range or a mage attack. As soon as you see that wind up, you can click attack, and that'll force you out from underneath her. You'll attack her once, then you'll shift click, walk back under, wait, and just keep repeating that. And as long as you're waiting underneath her when she does a range or a mage attack, and then as soon as you see it start, you click on her, you'll always be fine, and you'll never get her to do a melee attack on the whole team. But the other option is, if you don't want to tank, just run away from her. Just stay away from her. Stay like 2-3 tiles away from her at least, and just continue to run around the room, staying away from her. Yeah, so pretty simple, but yet also pretty oh, yep, I did not explain the staff. Okay, so staff works that I'll start out with it. It works orb orders, so I'll start with me. I'll use my 2 specs because the staff is 35% spec, so you can't do 3 of them. So you use 2 specs. I'll drop it. Then the next person in line, which is QP, he'll pick it up, use his 2 specs, drop it. Then the next person will pick it up, Sage, he'll drop it. Next person, so on and so forth. And then once Agent's done with it, it'll be time for me to pick it back up again, and I'll have enough spec to do another spec, drop it. Then Quan will have, or QP will have enough to do another spec, and so on and so forth. Always have Mage Prey on during P1. I'll wait for you to get your Mage Prey on. Perfect. Good luck and have fun. QP, you're next for the staff if you want to pick it up. Or whoever decided to pick it up, it's fine. Remember to watch your health here, keep it above 75 to 80. Very nice. All right, 2 people on one side, 2 people on the other. Innocent goes on the south side. Range prey. So you click back when the ball explodes. Oh, that was bad timing. I might actually die. Oh, that was close. Okay, I might actually die here. That's a nightmare when you have 3 crabs on you and Mage Ball hits you at the same time. That's pretty much an instant death in the main game. It's like pretty near impossible to get away from that. See, it's lagging. Normally you can click right when the spiral starts and it's fine, but right now it's lagging. It could just be World 400. I know World 400's been pretty bad, but okay, so that's a mage hit. So if you want to practice your tanking, now's the time. It's a melee hit. It's a range. Green is range. Blue ball is mage, and blue stomp is melee. Oops, I healed it. So it's getting close to webs time. So we want to be on the webs tile, and then you spam click boss, and then you rotate around it. Sage, when it turns to web time like that, you need to either get on the web tile or back away from the center of the room if you're going to use range. Just FYI, so that you know better in the main game. Yeah, Carrera, you're 100% correct. Learning TOB in leagues is like riding a tricycle. Yep. And then learning TOB in the main game is like riding a mountain bike down a mountain. Without wheels. If I was to put an analogy to it. But yeah, you guys did great. Dad. What do you mean, Dad? Oh. Hey, not a problem, man. It's getting pretty late. I gotta get to bed. So you're the realist. Well, if I'm the realist, I will expect that the next time I look at the YouTube metrics, I'll see another +1 subscriber, and that'll just really make my day. But no pressure. If not, that's fine too. For everybody that came and checked out the stream today, thank you very much. Appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Hopefully I can continue to provide you guys content even after leagues is over. I will be back at it again tomorrow evening, and we will do some more entry level, not entry level, learner rates. So yeah. Stood next to Verzik the entire kill and it took 30 seconds. Yeah, it's not realistic, Carrera. I don't know if you've played the league at all, but leagues is more of a fun mode. It's not realistic. It's nothing like the main game. But it's still a good spot for people to to learn. Yeah, well, career. So a lot of people say that they've learned TOB, but like I'll be honest, like there's a lot of people that quote unquote teach TOB, but they are just not very good teachers. I include myself in that category. I think that I'm not the best teacher. Um, but um, but yeah, no, yeah, there's definitely a difficulty um side to it where there's a lot of people like that say that, they're going to teach, but then they end up getting bored of teaching, halfway through the raid, and they realize it's taking longer than they wanted it to, and they're there to get KC as well. And whereas in me, I'm at the position where I already have my dragon rank. I don't care about that. I'm just here to help the community, help teach them how to do TOB. I've done plenty of TOB in the main game, so it's not like I'm just like making up the fact that I know what I'm doing. Um, when I don't know something, I tell people clearly that I don't know it, and I hope that that helps them so that they understand that I don't know everything, and I'm definitely not an elite PVMer, but I can definitely do TOBs, normal TOBs, anyways. Um, I don't know. I think I have like a combined. Let's see, just out of curiosity, where are we sitting now? Raids, TOB. I have 56 hard modes and 68 regulars done. Um, which actually that's kind of surprising because wow, I wonder if in past leagues it was 4x drop rate, not 5x, because usually when I finish leagues, I'm sitting at roughly like 150 KC, and right now this is only like what, like 120, 130. And I didn't do like a bunch of like learner raids before or teacher raids before. So um yeah, that's interesting. But I've yet to get the pet in leagues, which is interesting. I've never managed to get the pet, and I've done, I don't know, around about 150 KC roughly in each league. Um but no, yeah, there's a lot to be said with people that quote unquote learned TOB in leagues, but then they aren't able to get a clear. But another thing to remember about that is the gear that they're using in leagues likely is better than the gear that they're, well, it is better than the gear that they're going to be using in the main game. One thing that a lot of people don't realize during leagues is that the DPS, to give you an example, rough calculations, the DPS roughly of like full Torva plus Scythe in TOB is like roughly around 12-ish DPS, something like that. Um, the same setup in leagues is like 36 DPS. So it's like roughly 3x the DPS. So like, to be fair, basically if you have a zombie axe, you're doing like probably almost twice as much DPS as a person in max gear in the main game. So what a lot of people don't realize is that, you know, it's going to take a lot of like practice runs in the main game, even though you've done a bunch of leagues, because you might mess up like one thing, but then that one thing is like, in leagues, it equates to like a small amount of damage, but in the main game, it's actually lot larger amount of damage. And so then, therefore, it turns that raid into a unfinishable raid, or you fail the raid because you don't realize just how much more damage it actually takes to get through each of these bosses. So, but no, yeah, good comment. Appreciate it. Anyways, I am off for the night, and I appreciate everybody that stopped by the stream. Hope you all guys have a wonderful night, and yeah, we'll catch you later.